optically safe water from every tap without the filter. If you live in an area that has water softeners, Light Source is the perfect choice. Call 800-803-2696. Speak with a factory rep. Light Source water does Light Source makes and feel the difference. AFI, AM 640. The people in prison committed the crime. Period. And that's all that matters. Their color, their ethnicity doesn't matter. They committed the crime. And gangs are in the business of crime. Done again, they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on AFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. When I'm walking beside her, people tell me I'm lucky. Yes, I know I'm a lucky girl. I'm without her. And I'm thinking about her now. Every little thing she does for me. And you know the thing that she does for me. When I'm with her, I'm happy. Just to know that she loves me. Yes, I know that she loves me now. There is one thing I'm sure of. I will love her forever. The talk is yours now. Call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Knapp. That's the Beatle of every little thing, bringing us back into the program. Our apologies. We appreciate your patience with the phone problems that we've had. We think the worst of it is over. And just in case, we're going to have the phone lines open so some of you can hang on and talk to us in case you lose Paul again. But we don't think that's going to happen. We have so much more to cover with him. There's so much that we still want to talk about, including scripted features. We've got some great stories about dramatic encounters with unusual animals, creatures that we might call the abominable snowman or yeti in parts of Central Asia, Eurasia. We're going to hear those stories right after this on Coast to Coast AM. Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity theft. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. LifeLock.com and use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
Nó thành nhớ. Lên may đi sập chết nè.
Paul Stonehill, of all the great videos on your YouTube channel, the one about these cryptid creatures, the Yeti, the sighting in the central Eurasia, Mongolia and Tibet, might be the most impressive of all. I mean, these stories you put together, this is a long video, but can you walk us into this and the kinds of tales you've heard, and where these stories come from, how they come to you? I've been doing research for pictures of these so-called abominable snowmen for decades, and even field research in places like Yucatan, because they have their own, Yucatan, they have their own stories, but Eurasia, especially areas around Siberia and Mongolia and China have very interesting stories about the X-Men, about humanoid looking beings. Now, my latest one was about Dagestan. Yes, it's a very unique area of the northern Caucasus, and fantastic history, many paranormal phenomena in the whole of Caucasus Mountains. Well, they have been reporting creatures that are humanoid, human-like in the area that were recorded from 1940s for sure, modern times. And one of the most interesting was the report of going back to 1941 about the KGB of the time, not the KGB, but the military counterintelligence capturing a being that they had actually executed who was taller than a human being, more hair all over the body. It was not responding to them. Not as a sentient being, but it knew that it was captured in a way. And, they tried to interrogate it. Nothing came over. It did not speak. It made some kind of strange sound. But anyway, it was executed. And there was an eyewitness to it, a military doctor who spoke about it 17 years later. It was almost safer to do so. They also had, so that in the Soviet Union in 1958, there was an Academy of Science expedition to Pamir and other areas to study cryptids, abominable snowmen, Almasa, it had many names. And we had a French woman who became Rothschild, so to say, Kaufman. She lived in the Soviet Union many years, and she persistently studied those cryptids and have done quite a lot. It was not a forbidden subject, but of course they had a lot of it. First, they had to deal with scientific reluctance to study cryptids, but nevertheless, a number of times. I'm especially interested also in stories coming from the northern parts of Russia, including the ones that I talked earlier about ufology, and so from like Karelia, like Yakutia, mostly, or areas Chukotka, Kamchatka. They have stories about pictures as well. Very unusual, powerful beings, usually covered with hair all over their bodies. Some of them actually captured human females and had children with them, but they were described as not sadistic or, violent souls. No, they actually cared for their human needs, and some of them, like in Dagestan, went back to the cave and lived with their Christian husbands. It wasn't the other way around, usually. And so that's very interesting. Actually, what else would you like me to tell you? Well, the point you make in this video, which is one of your longest videos, is that there are multiple cultures, multiple countries, isolated villages, people who all have their own slightly different version of these beings that are out there, but all similar in many ways, sort of sheep-like beings, different kinds of descriptions and sizes, but generally pretty close to the same. And they're not, these people are not telling me stories because they've seen it in the movie or on the TV show. They're way out there in the middle of nowhere, right? Yeah, the Kurdish villages, uh, you know, basically those people are just shepherds for the most part, very poor, but hardworking people, and they're not afraid to, to talk about it, but they don't very reluctant. First of all, they don't want to bring too much attention to these creatures because they're dying out. And there's a sort of protection over them. There is fear as well in other parts of the former Soviet Union that I've met. But I don't recall cases of any violence against humans by these creatures. And the locals have established some kind of rapport with some of them and try to protect them even from scientists themselves. Yeah, and like in Pakistan, you have 70 languages in this small country, very proud people, very unusual paranormal phenomena, more ways than one, and Christians. Kabardina Balkaria as well next door. And, there was a story also in the Caucasus about Zana, the female, Christian female Yeti who actually had children with a human man, with males, and, they found descendants in the Caucasus area. They were already, I don't want to say normal, they were already human beings, but nevertheless they had some remnants of genetic material from her, from the ancestors. And, people know very little about the Caucasus. I want to tell you something, your listeners. Did you know that we have descendants of African race or people who were shipwrecked and settled in the Caucasus area? And they're African Africans, for example. There's people from Africa, but they don't consider them because they say we're Africans like everybody else. When I was a youth in the Soviet Union, I remember I was in that area. I've seen one or two people like that, but nobody knows about them in the West, as an example. Or people don't know about the other interesting paranormal phenomena in the Caucasus area, the dolmen, those unusual um, structures made by allegedly uh, sentient dwarf-like beings from the, I don't know if we can say it anymore, beings from the sea who came to Earth, to the surface of the planet, and created those unusual structures called the dolmens. And you can see them in southern Russia, the counterpart of Caucasian and Caucasian land. They're just as mysterious as the ancient snowmen, that still is alive in the area. So if you ever have a way to go to Georgia or southern Russia or areas like that, you will find a lot of interesting things there. Yeah, I am not surprised that human men would go ahead and mate with a female yeti. That's a surprise too. But you mentioned about other paranormal activity in the Caucasus. Like what? What kinds of other activity? I would say definitely paranormal activity like those unusual moments, and also if you look at the Black Sea near the Caucasus area, the report of the giant sea serpents that have been sighted there, Crimea as well. Now the Caucasus is archaeological, it's an incredible area, it goes back to the Roman times. So there are a number of mysteries there because the Romans sent expeditions to research stuff, very interesting stuff in the Caucasus Mountains. UFOs have been prevalent in that area. I remember I did a video about UFOs in ancient Georgia, Kingdom of Georgia. They had one here, 1238. Some people say, well, the Commons, no, the Commons doesn't last for such a long time over the area. And it was a premonition of the Mongolian invasion into the territory. Very interesting. There were other observations of UFOs in Armenia, I recall, in other areas. Now, if you speak about Armenia, you can find ancient sky observatories in that land. And reports of gigantic beings. This is one, I'm very proud of this. I found out about presence of giants, so-called giants, in Georgia. There was a city that is sealed off, but there were gigantic beings with strange abilities as far as we know that are that are pertinent to Georgia, for example, and other areas. And it's a smaller caucus, but there's a from snowman, from another snowman to dormant to a old or history, and even the Amazon is not the Amazon lives in the area that very few people know about that. But John and others, very interesting stories about those female warriors in the area. So I tried to bring more attention to that land. I've seen some interesting things myself many decades ago. You want to tell us what? Dolphins. And dolphins was in dolphins in Abkhazia. I was out in the open sea with the local boys, and they told me, "Oh, there are dolphins that the military is training there, but sometimes they swim out, and you can go and see them." And I did, but I didn't come too close. It's not a capable swimmer at the time, but the local boys were playing with them. And from what my research of the Soviet use of dolphins for warfare, it did not include that part of the Black Sea, but apparently they also have something in what is today Abkhazia, part of Georgia, formerly part of Georgia. That's what I have seen in that area. When it comes to Black Sea, when I was a child, I'll never forget, I was able to go to one of the smaller islands, and islands in the name, named in honor of Lieutenant Smith, some revolutionary here. And I was able to go down into the bowels of the island. They had excavations. And see what the ancient Greek polis looked like. But you know what, that island is so cool because they also found later the remnants of Vikings and artifacts belonging to the Vikings. Why would they be in the Black Sea in Ukraine? Vikings never traveled through there, but apparently they did. So all the geographical area is very interesting. We'll take a call. I'll get one in before our next break. We're going to the wildlife line Brendan in Austin, Texas. Hey, Brendan, you're on with Paul Soma. Oh my goodness, you caught me by surprise. Thank you so much. George and Paul, you guys are both heroes of your own right. You guys are amazing. Both follow them on social media and his podcast. And so my question, well, super fast. I'm sorry, Paul. I listened to your previous interviews all the time. So awesome. You're so awesome. Right? You're so awesome. Sorry. Okay, gotta calm down here. Report from Main Astronomical Observatory of the National Academy of Science from the Ukraine sent a Harvard paper to Harvard for peer review. It's available for the public. Anybody can go and look at it. And as video, radar, and photos of UFOs from Kiev and a city outside. And we all know that the air and war, the horrible, unjust war that's going on. I'm so sorry for that, Paul. And they said that they found dark UFOs absorbing light in the sky, and others were bright. And some of them were traveling at 33,000 miles per hour. ICBM can only travel at 15,000 miles per hour. Rather than focusing on what the craft are and where they're from, it was just mainly focusing on the calculations. So have you heard about that, or do you think it's legitimate? Have you heard of stories on the battlefield of soldiers seeing UFOs, and what is the submarine that hits the mountain under the ocean? Thank you so much, guys. Oh, thank you. I'm no hero. I'm no hero. Police their lives, and their lives is like your fault. I'm a researcher, that's what they do. But that's your point. Of course, the UFOs over the battlefield, and whoever is observing the battlefield, they're not hiding. They have their own interests. Definitely when you go into why they want to see warfare among human tribes. So that's what's going on. We will have UFOs over the battlefield of Chechnya, and for years, it could not be explained. Now UFOs have been sighted over Kiev, where I'm from, also for thousands of years. But after Chernobyl, yeah, we have a number of incidents. So Ukraine is just of interest to them because of warfare that's going on. As for the submarines, I remember the last BBC report I had about UFO sighted by Ukrainian submarines. One of it was still functioning at the time. It was a joint Russian-Ukrainian expedition, and they started, I believe it was 2006, in the Crimea, and I even have a photograph in one of my videos, also mentioned in my book. Very interesting, yes. The Black Sea has had a number of incidents with UFO sightings for decades. So it doesn't surprise me that things are happening in Ukraine right now, over Ukraine. But believe me, it's not the only isolated area. You should keep your eyes glued to the, to the China Sea, to the seas in the around China, Philippines, and so forth. Things are happening. The more there is action, so to say, the more there is warfare, there is interest from UFOs. And not only that, even the launches of spacecraft. We had academician me in the Soviet Union who said, look, it feels like we are under a microscope because every time there's a launch of a spacecraft from the Soviet Union, somebody observes it. There's a UFO observing us. Paul, Brandon had mentioned this report that had been sent by some professors to Harvard, in particular, to documenting some UFO activities. Does that ring a bell to you? Do you remember that? You know that report? Yeah, it was a few months ago. I remember that report. I don't know what if the professor from Harvard reacted it in any way, unless it's Avi Loeb, who is very prominent, I believe, in Harvard, and scientist from Israel who lives in the United States, and is pushing more and more UFO, solid UFO alien research. So kudos to him. Maybe you can tell something about it. Yeah, I'm going to have to look that up. Thanks for that call, Brendan. We're going to go take a break now. When we come back, we'll open up the phone, see what's on your mind. Paul has a wealth of information about activity all over the world, but especially in the former USSR, Russia, China, Tibet, Mongolia, those areas where we get very little UFO or paranormal reporting anyway. And then I want to get into other types of weird activity. Do the Russians investigate poltergeist type of cases? Do they have anything akin to a Skinwalker Ranch, a hotspot where there are multiple phenomena being reported? We'll be back with my guest Paul Stonehill with one more hour of Coast to Coast AM. We'll get into the break with Randy Clark. Yes, you want to do it? Hi. I'm California, California. Lord, be married, and then one in the day. We said no, so we get married again. Don't want to be buried and get on the stage. So we pray to Jesus, pray to love, pray tomorrow. Ain't no freedom, ain't no party. Pray to Jesus, pray to love. Let's just complain about what we can't do. Mother's lost everything power. They say I feel cowboy was that sweet. And I can't be the best. Thought we could do something, but we're on the podcast, The Last Soviet, Last Death, from space, shares his own experiences of astronaut training in Russia. Yes, that's true. And tells the story of the final cosmonaut, a man trapped in space while his nation crumbled to the ground. He's a Soviet cosmonaut and remains the world's only space station. The pride and joy of the USS. Listen to The Last Soviet on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. A good night's sleep is absolutely critical for good next day and thereafter. The Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed offers proven quality sleep and makes a difference in your health and just feeling good. You can customize adjust each side of the bed to ideal firmness, comfort, support. That's your Sleep Number. Mine happens to be 100. And if I don't get a good night's sleep, I'm not a happy camper the next day. Friends and coworkers, boy, do they know it. The Ultimate Sleep Number event is going on now through February 27th. Save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. That ends Monday, February 20th. And you'll only find these beds at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. There are 30 stores in Southern California, including Cerritos, Santa Monica, Orange, the Oak Mall. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the Los Angeles Rams. Visit sleepnumber.com. That's sleepnumber.com. News live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night for the curious Ron Peters and
What kind of job, bro? Dog?
He's leaning for the couch.
Frozen rope, bro.
Absolutely, bro.
Frozen towel, bro. Frozen towel.
The treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no hose. John. Learn more at inspiresleep.com.
Inspiring is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk. Full bandwidth stimulation. KFI. KOSC-HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Suspect arrested. I'm Bree Tennyson of KFI 24-hour newsroom. The suspect in a violent field-deep hit and run that injured 5 young women has turned himself in. Police say 23-year-old Jason Ingram was shooting when he slammed into the car. He then took off on foot after the crash. All 5 women were taken to the hospital, all seriously injured. Ingram has been booked for felony hit and run. A person has died after a massive tree fell onto a car in Anaheim. Police are not releasing information as to the identity of the person killed. Metro City's fire says the massive tree fell without warning. After 39 seasons, its case closed to the People's Court. The longtime Small Claims Courtroom Series will end its run after its current season. It was a record-breaking year for U.S. airport security. They intercepted 6,542 guns last year. TSA says there are more people carrying firearms now than ever before. Last year, TSA raised the fine for carrying a weapon through the checkpoint, $14,950 for first offense. The annual Directors Guild of America Awards are in the books and have some surprises. Scott Carr reports.
The top prize at Saturday night's 75th Annual Directors Guild of America Awards went to Daniel Kwan and Daniel Steiner for their work on Everything Everywhere All at Once. Beating out Steven Spielberg for his semi-autobiographical film The Fabelman. The pair won the award for Outstanding Directorial Achievement in Theatrical Feature Film. After 2 consecutive years awarding female directors its top prize and watching them go on to take the corresponding Oscar, this year the Guild nominated a slate of none for the top prize.
And today's President's Day, it's a federal holiday. All banks, schools, government offices, and post offices are closed. Southline weather from KFI, mostly sunny and breezy today, highs in the 70s. Right now it's 53 for Seal Beach, 51 in Mission Viejo, 43 for Thousand Oaks, and 47 in Riverside. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
Heading to Ontario on the 15 southbound after the 60. Look out for an accident in the left lane. You've got a vehicle overturned. Edison Farm, still the 15 north on Main Street, a crossfire that says the right lane shut down. Roland Heights to 60 westbound at Fullerton, some debris from sand barrels taking up the right lane. In Moreno Valley, the 60 westbound before King Street, a crash on the shoulder. And in Willowbrook, 105 westbound at Wilmington, look out for an accident on the on-ramp. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph.
This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what inspires you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. During uncertain times, it is especially important to stick with normal routines. Predictability and structure help kids self-regulate. There's several for your kids to help reduce anxiety, fear, and boredom. The Child Hopeful Moment is brought to you by childhope.org. Life seems uncertain and carries to feel stress, anxious, worry, or frustrated. Child Hope can help. Access Child Hope's free answer care mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at childhope.org.
How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you've built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best for what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
I never chose to become a gambling addict. What I did choose was to get help from a professional counselor.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Protect, support the 53346. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Attention accredited investors. Looking to invest in commercial real estate? Invest with First National Realty Partners. Join more than 2,000 accredited investors who collect rent from Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Kroger, Publix, and many more. Partner with First National Realty Partners and get access to commercial real estate investments reserved for elite private institutions. Get all the benefits of fully passive real estate ownership, like tax write-offs, quarterly tax distributions, limited liability structures, and the potential for upside and exit. Call now to get information about all of our recent and upcoming projects and learn how you can invest in deals that most people will never find. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrpradio.com. Start enjoying the benefits that thousands of accredited investors are already earning. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRC strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit FNRCradio.com. AM 640, more stimulating talk. is Coast to Coast AM with George. That's a beautiful song with an ominous title. The Yawning Grave is the name of this song. It's by Lord Huron, of course. Those guys are going out on tour starting in May, not coming to Las Vegas, so I just had a road trip in my future at some point. We have 1 hour remaining with our guest Paul Stonehill. Still a lot of ground to cover and a lot of interesting callers with cool questions on the phones already. We're going to get to as many of those as we can right after this on Coast to Coast AM.
Real people, real stories.
I had bruising that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore. I've got a Labrador. You can hardly lift yourself up off the floor. I won't tell you what the veterinary said, but the treatment was being serious. And I said, no way. That's when I said, you know what, this could be the ticket. So I started administering it, and he took to it right away. In 3 weeks, you could tell. He was very alert. He used the protocol. He seemed like he was 100%. He was on a 5-mile walk. I'm like this. He is just like prime again.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com. I have 2 dogs, Sam and Bailey. Both are golden retrievers. Poor Sam, he was a mess. Always itching. His paws were soaking wet all day from just constant licking. He had bald spots on his back. I just don't like putting socks and steroids into your dog all the time. Dynamite is nutrition. Probably 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. It's amazing stuff. So Bailey has been 12 weeks old. He's been a Dynamite dog, and he has 0 issues today. He won't eat his food without Dynamite. When I get out the Dynamite, my dog absolutely salivates, like I'm giving him the food. He's all over it. Dynamite is the best thing you can use for your dog.
And your dog will be.
I get my Dynamite from DINOVITE.com.
Also, no, I still have some questions. It looks like the KGB has given up its attempt to jam your phone, at least for now. But we'll go to the phone lines, and then I'll come back if we have time, and I'll dive into some of the areas I'm thinking of. On the wildcard line, Robert's in New York. Hey, Robert, you're on with Paul Stonehill. Oh, thank you, gentlemen. It's a real pleasure to speak to both of you. Paul and Samantha, I had the privilege of knowing some people that were in the aerospace industry and the satellite industry and so forth, and working with a satellite industry. So I had some interesting experience with UFOs. We had a engineered UFO club many years ago, and many of them have passed on now. So we had some incredible guests also that spoke off the record and just to our private group. And as a matter of fact, one of the gentlemen was Mitchell astronaut, who became a family friend and so forth. And he used to say that I can't really share on the radio here, but off the record, and it's never been publicly published. So I had an experience with an orb, which a number of years ago, in the sky on a summer night. It was up in the sky. I looked out just to check on the weather because all of a sudden I noticed I had a window open where I was screening and I in the foot of my bed, and I went to look to see what the weather was. All of a sudden it was the insects, the crickets, and the night insects were humming, shall we say, and then all of a sudden everything went dead silent, completely silent, like not a whisper. And that was strange. So I looked out and I saw the light way up in the clouds, but all of I was pretty round or looked like the size of a volleyball, but they didn't shed light on the whole area. They just glowed around the light is very bright yellow light, and they started to come down and drift, but then also some of them would be break down and then break off and appear in another location. And then as someone was drifting, they came down and closed the apple trees down the mountain, and then I crossed one landed on the top of a birch feeder and then just blazed, just stayed on and glowed, and it went around the corner of the home house, and that made me white. And so I had my forehead to the screen and wondered, what is all this about? And all of a sudden, one just appeared like a flashball right in my face. Like I was as close to an orb as anybody could get. The thickness of the screen, and it blinded me. It was like someone took a flashlight and I closed my eyes, and I felt I could see my skeleton inside when I closed my eyes. It just felt like this beam. It just came right through me to shall we say, X-ray my brain or something of that nature. And and it scared me so much that I ran to the other side of the house to see if there was one else here, and we didn't have another family member who did there, but actually my grandmother, and she said, I from much because I was still semi-blinded by it, and she said, there they are outside her window, and she hid under the pillow in the covers, and she said, they do them go away. But that day, that is always haunted me in terms of when I hear about that UFOs. And another occasion years before, about 1957, above the hospital, and there's a mountain, and there was a ravine by the hospital, and an 1812 cemetery from the soldiers of 1812 there, approximately, right on the side of the road, across the street from the hospital, and above that was a huge, gigantic orange tree that covered the river. We were coming through there, and all of a sudden the cars stopped. There was like 20 other cars along the side of the road. Just all of a sudden, the flashboard was flashing, and it went out. And even on my wristwatch, I think it was about 7 years old at the time, I looked at my wristwatch, and my wristwatch stopped. My watch had stopped, and I had just wound it before. And so, just even the dashboard, when the car went by, the car closed it to the side of the road. We were there for hours. There was like 20 other cars that also experienced the same thing. We got out and talked to the people, but this giant, huge fear hovered over the road and the ravine across the street mosque. But Robert, let me ask you, Robert, did anybody report this? I mean, in later years, if you get older, you go back to the book and see, was this in a newspaper? Did anybody report it to MUFON or anything like that? Well, that's very interesting. I do know a lot of people at the newspapers that, and I look at the newspapers, which inspired me to become, interested in journalism myself. And then my godfather was a journalist and wrote some phenomenal articles. And he was also a physicist, scientist, and so forth, and writing articles about the Gulf poison, Monsanto, but not who other interesting scientific um, articles he wrote. So in this case, I'm just wondering if you had any knowledge about forms of how they affect the physiology or how they affect people who have had experience right up close as I have. I've never met anybody. I've heard people see them in a distance, but none of them ever see them up close and personal like I had. Let's hear what the poem says. You were lucky to escape with your life. In fact, because I know a case in 1970, for example, in which part of the Soviet Union when scientists observed a UFO, actually UFO coming from the water south, ascending upwards, and those who had observed it, it wasn't too far away from them, they died. I think only one survived, and they didn't have, they died young. So sometimes UFOs observed very close and cause detrimental impact. As for the effect of the watches, yes, it was the case when the UFO flew over the line, sea liner, the pilots are leaving and everybody on board had their watches stopped. Yes, it was an instant UFO fiery orbit, like you said. Thank you. Yeah, there are a lot of cases of cars dying and watchers stopping in presence of UFOs. I just mentioned this about orbs. For example, Skinwalker Ranch that we've written about extensively. They had multiple different colors of orbs. The white ones that were pretty innocuous, would float around, intelligently controlled. Red ones that seemed designed to frighten livestock and animals, just scare the hell out of them. And then these blue ones, a little bit bigger than a softball, usually made out of glass, they get close to the humans and really frighten them. I mean, to the point where it would drive people to their knees, way out of whack for how scary the situation really was. So, and there are, as we mentioned through Leslie Kane, who was our first guest, there were studies that were done under the OSAP program that looked at the health effects of close encounters. A lot of them are bad. It may not be intentional on the part of whatever these objects are, or whatever the intelligence is behind them, but a lot of folks have had come down with really strange health effects that lasted for a long time. So, yeah, I have to agree, Robert. That was a great story. Thanks for sharing it. But you might have been lucky to get out of there intact. We're going to east of the Rockies. John from Cleveland. Hi, John. You're on the Paul Stonehill. Hi, what was a little again, I think over an hour ago, mentioned how the CIA has infiltrated the media to disinform the American public against believing in UFOs. But I think a much more powerful and more strategic motive and objective of the CIA is contained in the findings of the Senate Truth Committee and the Congressional Pike Committee at the same time of this mentioned earlier on the program of CIA infiltrating the media during the 60s. And but I think people just look up a phrase like CIA Operation Mockingbird uh, uh, infiltrates the media to manipulate public consent for war against Russia, China, etc. And I think that is a real dangerous operation that has been perpetrated by the CIA, the deep state. You mentioned Richard Belton was an aficionado of researching CIA orchestration of the Kennedy assassination and the 9/11 inside job. But these things are never mentioned, of course, in the media that has been infiltrated by the CIA. And I think until we get to look inward of the real dangerous system in our midst and its control within many agencies of government, directed against countries around the world, drag us into war against them by demonizing them and spying on us and perpetrating crimes against the Americans, I think is what we've got to look at rather than threatening fire against Russia, China, or Cuba, or Venezuela, or any other country that has failed to submit to the dictates of the politicians and really crooks and liars in Washington. Yeah, it's not a bad viewpoint to keep in mind there, John. I would say, Mockingbird was real. I wouldn't be surprised if there are CIA-related operatives who have their own media platforms dealing with UFO and related issues right now. Oh, I can understand how Russians would view the CIA and Russians KGB would view the CIA the same way we view KGB. But have you ever come up against something like that, either from KGB or CIA, trying to influence media or influence you? No, I don't really care about the CIA. They do their job. As well as the KGB was doing their job, and each other. When it comes to your policy, I believe there were CIA operations in Central Asia in 1940s. That's like the KGB operations here. And I don't know, I'm a refugee from the Soviet Socialist totalitarian state. I have deep sympathy for people from Cuba who escaped the same peaceful don't want to get into politics. My job is strictly research of Soviet and Russian ufology. I don't get into, who does what and this and that. This is what I wanted to say. And I never, in all my conversations today, I didn't talk about CIA, only except to the point that they spied on the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union spied on the United States, and the China too. So let's move on to UFO stuff here. We'll go to the wild card line, Jim in New York. Hi, Jim. Good morning. You're on the Paul Stonehill.
Hello. Thanks for taking my call. I'd like to ask the guest, if you know anything about, since you're speaking about psychic warfare, the Russian technology using psychotronics with laser-fired psychotronic weapons integrating the psychic against any enemy, be it us or anyone else?
Only mentions there of course, because every capabilities that is used against the adversary and vice versa. And all we know is that they have contacted people and they use it for espionage allegedly and for protection of the Soviet state assets and facilities, just what any other country would do. If I knew more than that, I wouldn't be talking to George. Okay, thank you, Jim. We're going west to the Rockies. Michael in Santa Fe. Hey, Michael. Welcome to Coast to Coast.
Hi, you guys. It's very nice to hear your program this evening. I wanted to ask you both if you had ever heard of a gentleman by the name of Robert Petro, who lived in Midtown Manhattan, and West Education was considered to be one of the greatest living psychics in the world. He had an office at 56th and Broadway at the base of Central Park, and he took a select group of private students up into the Adirondack Park, where he lived above Lake George, and he would train people to do exactly what it is that you and your guests are talking about this evening.
It doesn't ring a bell with me, the name. Do you, Paul? You know that? No. No, not Paul. No. Michael, I've never heard that name. I'll have to look it up.
Yeah, you're going to find very little information about him because he did it that way on purpose. But I grew up in Connecticut, and by the power line where I was living near Woodbury, Connecticut, it's called the Bury. There's Woodbury, Southbury, Roxbury, and there's a tremendous amount of garnet and iron, and revolutionary cannon were made there that we used in the Battle of Cascine. It was drove all the way up to Nova Scotia and to fight against the English. But I think if you look into Robert Petro, you might find one YouTube video about him. But it's a fantastic program this evening, and I just like to thank both of you gentlemen for talking about these subjects.
Thanks for the call. We've got about 2 minutes before we go to a break. I asked Paul, we've never talked about poltergeist type activity. Has there been much official interest in something like that? I'm wondering in the context of like Skinwalker Ranch, where we have multiple different kinds of paranormal phenomena, UFOs, poltergeist activity, cattle mutilations, Bigfoot, and cryptids. Anything like that in Russia? Anything that the official Russian government would have looked into?
We would look into this officially and wouldn't tell us, but one of the places is the same Pakistan I told you listeners about 2 hours ago. There was a very interesting case, very interesting case of poltergeist 10 years ago. On September 1st, there was a fire that started out from nowhere, and things kept going with a fire, and what the description was that the fire was strange. It was unusually small, light in color, and did not burn land. And this was studied by the emergency minister officials and so forth. Nobody could find out any rational explanation for what happened. But the daughter of the family, Amina, which is very interesting to me, about the old man who came to her in a dream and told her that the family had to move up and leave, otherwise the whole house would burn down. And the family left because they didn't want any misfortune to follow them. And they all left, and
they were not too fortunate because, they were poor. But those who want to have a study, go visit, it was in the village of Saban in the Gunak region of the Republic of Dagestan and Russia. December 1st, 2013. In my first Ukraine, we had a number of people too. That's a heck of a case. Thanks for that call. Thanks for the answer. Mama's and Papa's take a spin at the break. We'll be right back with more.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 4 people were injured following a 2-vehicle crash in L.A. One vehicle plowed into a group of pedestrians in front of a restaurant before hitting a dumpster. Police say it appears to have been an accident, but are looking into the collision. The death of a beloved L.A. bishop is now a murder investigation.
Police say 69-year-old Bishop David O'Connell was found bleeding and not breathing at his home in Hacienda Heights Saturday afternoon from an apparent gunshot wound in his upper torso. Detectives now labeling the death as a homicide and believe it was targeted.
That was Steve Patterson reporting. The Nixon Library is offering half-off admission today for President's Day, and the first 500 visitors will receive a free cherry-pie shooter. South on another from KFI, mostly sunny and breezy with highs near 70. Right now it's 53 in Garden Grove, 52 in Stanton, 51 for downtown LA, and 49 in Panorama City. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
Traffic trouble in Ontario on the 15th southbound after Haruka Street. Got a crash there blocking the right lane. Watch for slowing as you approach. Making your way through Anaheim on the 91 eastbound at Harbor had an earlier crash that's been cleared. Near Loma, the 60 eastbound after Etiwanda crash on the right shoulder. And in Moreno Valley, the 60 westbound before King Street, a crash there on the right shoulder. Willowbrook, the 105 westbound at Wilmington, look out for a crash there on the on-ramp. KFI, the sky helps take you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. Hey, all, it's Dean Sharp. For emergency backup power, there is only one name you need to know. Duffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for power in the most critical situations. Hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance services or an emergency rental, Duffy Power has you covered 24/7, 365. If you live or do business in Southern California, you know it's no longer a question of if the power is going to go down. It's only a question of whether you're just going to let it happen or take control. Taking control means it's time to call Duffy Power. To learn how to protect yourself from the next outage and all the ones after that, go to DuffyPower.com. DuffyPower.com. That's DUCHID Power.com. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anywhere else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really? So features a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a test that was a secret. Really? Really, that's good to me. That's Really Know Really right there. Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. KFI, AM 640. KFI, AM 640. KFI, AM 640. 40 or lift your favorite guest or topic ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. I will always be hoping, you will always be holding my heart in your hand. I will understand one day, you will understand always, always. You said, I don't know what it will be like. I don't know if we can come. I'll be sorry. All the darkness that's around you. I'll be sorry. I'll be sorry. I'll be sorry. All the darkness that's around you. To talk to George now, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. For west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Nash. Hope of Deliverance from Paul McCartney from the Off the Ground album that came out exactly 30 years ago. It was a single album when it came out, and months later, McCartney dropped the second entire album to go with it. It's pretty good stuff there. It holds up pretty well after all these years. We have just one segment remaining with my guest, Paul Stonehill. He has a depth and breadth of information and knowledge about UFOs, and related phenomena from Russia, former Soviet Union, China, that part of the world that we don't hear a whole lot about. We'll get to as many of your calls as we can. Still got room for a couple more if you want to tune in. We'll be right back with more Coast to Coast AM. 2023 is off to a turbulent start, and despite the U.S. breaking through the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling in January, the administration has no plans to curb spending. It's times like these you want to be diversified. It's times like these you want to have physical gold and silver on hand, and you can buy it at bullionmax.com/coast. That's right. Bullion Max will ship the gold and silver fully insured directly to your door. Think about that. Gold and silver are the world's oldest, most proven form of currency. It's there for you when inflation soars, when other assets go sideways, when the lights go out. To get started, go to bullionmax.com/coast and purchase your silver starter kit. Get 6 ounces of solid silver, including a limited vintage Aztec calendar coin, something Bullion Max and I set up just for you listeners. Again, go to bullionmax.com/coast now to purchase your silver starter kit and take the first step to building an emergency reserve of gold and silver. bullionmax.com/coast. bullionmax.com/coast.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee, giving the millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
Our final segment was Paul Stonehill. Let's take some calls. Bill in Los Angeles. Good morning, Bill. How you doing? Hey, Georgia. Looks like all hell broke loose during our hiatus. What do you mean? Oh, all the UFOs, yeah. Yeah. Like they were 1952, deja vu. Yeah. Both good and bad ways. Yeah. That's what I get for taking some time away. Yeah. You and Paul mentioned American debunkers, and I hope to hear your feedback at some point on my third and final on-air encounter with alleged scientist Seth Shostak on Dory's program on February 6th at about 11:40 p.m. when he debunked all the data from what he tellingly referred to as the TikTok Navy video. like, like saying military radar and video cannot determine speed or distance of tracked objects, which might come as a surprise to the Navy and Air Force pilots, including my late father, who was an Army Air Force's reconnaissance pilot in World War II. I mean, if this guy works for SETI, it's no wonder they never find anything. Good grief. Oh my God. Yeah, that's very telling. I'm sorry I missed that. I'm going to have to look for that online. Well, I think we lost it there. Okay. You still here, Bill? Yeah. You still hear me? Yeah. I can hear you now. Yeah. Why would any reporter accept the U.S. government's story that a private research company deployed self-propelled metallic octagonal objects with instrument capabilities at 40,000 feet right next to the civil aviation route, carrying thousands of potential crash victims, which the government originally stated was the rationale for shooting down the objects? And what company would take on such liability either with or without government authorization? This story is a wall-to-wall fabrication. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of interesting angles on it. I mean, we shot them down. We don't know what they are, but we know for sure they're not extraterrestrial. And some of the reports were exactly what you said, that there's some jamming and electronic capabilities. Others said that they were just balloons floating with the wind. Paul Stonehill, let me get your take on the media reports about these objects that were shot down over the last 2 weeks. So, the media, I despise most of the media and their coverage and how they cover and, before politics. What I want to tell you, what I see is that either it's the boys who try to wolf situation, that maybe the powers that we expect us to hear the stories about balloons and we're trying to forget about it, while the bigger stuff is definitely go around us, or the powers that we are in complete panic and they easily attempt to show that they're doing something, that they control the situation, but they do not control anything. Just like Moscow didn't control anything in 1982 when a UFO appeared over the nuclear silo and disabled the connection to Moscow. So this was in the chapter program, so it's all the same. That is so about the government are not controlling the situation. So they can shoot down balloons, they can come up with all kinds of explanations. They're not controlling it. UFOs and UFOs are out there. Bill, thanks for the call. I'm going to have to look up that exchange you had with Seth Shostak. That sounds like it's must-listen radio. We're going to the wildcard line. Wayne in Tacoma. Good morning, Wayne. That came from the CIA. The CIA download on the UFOs, 250-page report. They got after Michelle Gorbachev involved in 1991 because of the top secret intelligence administration. A lot of material from that department found their way abroad, in particular to the CIA, as reported by the authoritative magazine Canadian BBC World News. U.S. intelligence obtained a 250-page file on the attack by a UFO on a military unit in Siberia. The file contains not only many documentary photographs and drawings, but also testimony from actual participants of the event. One of the CIA representatives referred to the case as a horrific picture of revenge on part of extraterrestrial species, a picture that maneuvers. For unknown reasons, somebody unexpectedly launched the surface of their missile, hitting the UFO on a cellular Earth not far away. The 5-foot humanoid with large heads and large black eyes emerged from it. It stated that the testimony of the two soldiers who remained alive, that after freeing themselves from the debris, the aliens acquired a spherical shape. The object began to buzz, and the sphere grew bigger and exploded by flaring up with an extremely bright light. At that very instant, 23 soldiers who had watched the phenomenon turned into stone. This report came from a tabloid from Ukraine, from the little town of Sarnopolis. That the CIA would even pay attention to this BS does not make me happy about their capability. You will hear a lot of BS about introductions and money in Egypt or alien races and all this. The KGB was studying UFOs only because they had to, as of their protection of their motherland assets and facilities. They were not happy about studying UFOs, and I will already said General Trump in 1991 he turned over 124 pages of information to Father Popovich. How much they're hiding, I don't know. How much of what they're hiding KGB, the CIA has information about, we don't know. But all this, be very careful when you read tabloid stuff from Canadian weeklies or others about KGB and UFOs. On my channel, I have a number of videos that shows the interaction and the study of Soviet military, Navy, and the intelligence services of UFOs and UFOs. And also modern times, because you don't want to delve all the time in the Soviet Union. In my channel, I have videos based on information released by top young Russian scientists who is the graduate of the Marshalsky Space Academy Institute in St. Petersburg, which was twice attacked by terrorists recently. I don't know why. This is the institution that produces GRU officers and top space intelligence operatives in the Soviet Union. In Russia, he releases very interesting information, including Werner von Braun that we wanted to talk about, and others. If they are interested in UFOs and UFOs just like us, the Americans, and they exchange information. Some information they release is very interesting. They have bright, young minds to work on their subject. So maybe in the future we'll be finding out more. I'm keeping an eye on what's going on. I want to thank you for your call about this, but to underline this is a clear story. Thanks for into the call. West of the Rockies, Carlos Otawaku. Hey Carlos, good morning. How's it going?
Aloha, George. Paul, I want to know, are you familiar with Africa's 1973 Jupiter Project Accelerator?
No.
You're not familiar with it. It was China was classified the top secret in the United States, but the Russians knew about it because Ryan Company President Nixon to the Kremlin in 1974. It seems as if everyone knew about the mission in Russia, and the mission has never been reported to the American people.
What is it?
It's part of the United States Air Force secret space program.
I don't know about everybody in Russia who knew. Maybe in some village, was not privy to it. But I actually that in the Soviet Union, as we call it Russia, people knew only what the government allowed them to hear and what we could hear from, listening to broadcasts when we were able to, not from talking about each other. Nothing like that was known to me. Secret space program, you traveled with Nixon to the Kremlin?
Well, Kremlin, it was the Kremlin people who knew all about it.
But you traveled with Nixon at that time?
Yes, I did.
In what capacity?
As a special liaison with Will Ambassador. I was the first officer on this mission.
I'm Carlos. Carlos, we'd have to hear more about that at some point. To the call. Hi, caller Antonio in Michigan. Welcome to Coast and Neil.
Because like, and for a time, I'll just put it this way. I didn't have control of his blue book, but then they fired it was, I don't know what it was. I think it was Cuban CIA agent. But anyway, the billionaire Bigelow has taken over all of that investigation. And you can Google this, you know. He's in charge of all of the investigations because Russia, China, Italy, France, all of these countries have been trying to gain intelligence on, down ships or, whatever, from people and everything like this. They're all gathering this information because this is what brought about computer cellular phones and all that is what was retrieved back way back in time, you know. Bigelow, that name rings a bell here in Las Vegas. Yeah, he's really in charge of it all now. Well, he was. He was in charge of a program that was called OFFSAC. It was run by the CIA. He also controlled MIDS. He was the recipient of all the FAA UFO reports for a number of years, but he's moved on. I mean, he spent more money funding private UFO research than any person in the history of the world, but he's no longer active in that. He's created something called Bigelow Institute of Consciousness Studies. Still interested in UFOs, but doesn't have as deep an interest as he once did. So thanks for the call in, Jimmy. I'll tell you one more call in on Carl in the Bronx on the wildcard line. Hey, Carl. Hey. Yes, thank you, George, for taking my call. And Paul, I think Paul also owned the Skinwalker Ranch. He did. Yeah, he owned that. He owned that ranch. But my question is that you mentioned about the Yeti before in the show, and there was always this talk in the Tibet, the Himalayas, and many of the areas that Paul mentioned. Has ever the subject has come up about law, where there was this advanced civilization that lived in this world where the people never grew old, and expeditions that were sent in the past to look for Shangri-La, they encountered the Yeti, as well as finding footprints in the snow as they, moved through the mountains looking for Shangri-La. Has that subject ever come up about Shangri-La? George and I talked a number of years ago about the Shambhala and the Belarusia in Russian, that magnificent secret land in the Tibet, resident in the Tibet mountain. And it's very interesting that because people who do not age, this is going back to the Kievan roots, to Russia, to Ukraine states, and there was an expedition that was sent at that time to the land of Shambhala, and one of them came back, one of the expedition members, and he never ate everybody else around him there. It was a very interesting story. Now, if you're talking about the Bigfoot, the monster, yes, there have been sightings all over the area, in Nepal, in the Tibet, Himalayan, yes, and in the Soviet part as well. How it's connected, I'm not sure, but it's out there. But what's interesting, and I want to insert it, Mikhail Dimitrov was one of the most interesting writers from the Soviet Union at the time. He was involved in paranormal research to the best of his ability. He spoke fluent Chinese, and I corresponded with him. And even his book, he put stories of how in the 1950s, while in this area, he was told by the Mongol monks, some of them spoke Russian, about the Chinese, red Chinese giants, sleeping giants, and gotten them, killing them in the process, and the sleeping giants of the Tibet. But that's not all they found. Tibet is an excellent subject to talk about, as well as Mongolia and all that. I have this videos on my channel, but maybe one day I'll come back and dedicate more time to this subject. It's very interesting. Yeah, I've read a bit about the Shambhala, and the Dalai Lama has been quoted about it as being a real place, but it's something that exists in an alternate reality, a parallel universe, where the monks
anyone who's experienced perfect karma could access it, to go there either mentally or spiritually, and it is a wondrous place, apparently. And sometimes it appears in this reality, but it's not someplace you can march to or find sitting up in the mountains. It's a place that can only be achieved in another way. Is that your understanding, Paul?
Family. People try to get to like people up really, and there are stories, legends of those who actually were able to get there. We feel a Borgia, Shambhala. So, what you say is right, and also there are actual accounts of people who got there, but I'm not sure if they're doing that. We have that, but we also have the underground kingdom in that part of the world, and I mean, we talked about it as well.
Paul, thanks for the call. So, Paul, for you, are the people in, say, Ukraine, in Russia, are they able to access your stuff, or there are limits on who can see your YouTube channel?
Nowadays, it's much more difficult, but at the same time, they know about my work because my book was translated into Russian, and they studied it. They studied, and if they need to find me, they know how to find me. And I'm in touch with the Russian UFO researchers as well, and Ukrainians know what ufology is. It's a miracle site for Ukraine. And recently, I used it, for example, their information about the 1988 case in Armenia, Soviet Armenia, when they spotted UFO over Turkey and how they reacted. So we exchange information. I find ways to go, and I have to applaud UFO researchers in Belarus, in Ukraine, in Russia, and even Central Asia. Of course, so Africa.
That's great. Hang in there. Paul Stonehill, always great to talk to you. I'm going to come see you, and we can spot our conquest of ufology in China at some point if you don't mind. Okay. All right. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I hope people will check out your YouTube channel. It's just excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you to the earlier guest, Leslie King, and to my colleagues here at Coast to Coast, Michael Tocio and Donna Walker, Lex Lonehood, Dan Kalani, Chris Boros, Lisa Lyon, George Norrie, and Tom Danheiser and their team. I'm George Knapp. Have a Sunday night. Good night, everyone.
On the podcast, the last Soviet, last death from space, sent his own experiences of astronaut planet in Russia. That's true. And tells the story of the final cosmonaut, a man trapped in space while his nation crumbled to the ground.
His name is Sergei Krishna. He's a Soviet cosmonaut, and he's known the world's only space station, the pride and joy of the USSR.
Listen to the last Soviet on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Chlorinated water is for swimming, not drinking and bathing. Chlorine causes your skin and hair to dry out. How about upgrading to the Light Source water system? Light Source system filters your water from every tap, reducing the hard taste and feel of chlorine. Your body gets better. No maintenance, no salt, no filters or servicing. Call 800-803-2696 for a free consultation. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference. Well, at least you've decided to listen to KFI. See, you're making progress. I love those security questions that I'm asking, to determine that I need. What was the name of your on it. What's your favorite band? I hate music. Still handle. I have a hard time filling those out. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI. And on demand anytime on the ROTHSCHILD app. You put all the questions, whether you think they pertain to your sex or not. We just have one form. Here's what I do. When I do a medical procedure or whatever, you get the form. Yes. And ask the question, are you pregnant? I just say yes. Still handle. And then go. You live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI. And on demand anytime on the ROTHSCHILD app. Forget about civil rights. Forget about they gay people should have the same rights as the rest of us. How about what do you care? What, the couple next door to you is gay? No, that's horrible. They're great workers. Still handle. No, I was intimidated because they would. I'll live better than me. Of course. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI. And on demand anytime on the ROTHSCHILD app. You know what? Los Angeles, Orange County. Live on the iHeartRadio app. Investigation into Bishop killing. I'm Bruce Henderson of KFI 24-hour newsroom. The death of a beloved LA bishop from Ireland is under an investigation. NBC's Steve Patterson reports. Police say 69-year-old Bishop David O'Connell was found bleeding and not breathing at a time in Hockey House Saturday afternoon from an apparent gunshot wound in his upper forehead. Detectives now raise it as a homicide and believe it was targeted. A body found in the San Gabriel Mountains has been identified as one of the two LA hikers that have been missing since January 13th. The body of 50 Gregory of Hawthorne was found near Mount Isworth on Saturday. Riverside Julian Sands is still missing. The U.S. Geological Survey is reporting a teeny tiny earthquake outside of San Bernardino Sunday night. With a 1.3 magnitude, you didn't feel it. The USGS says people typically don't feel earthquakes unless they're at least a magnitude 3.0 or larger. A suspect in a violent QLB hit and run that injured 5 young women has turned himself in. Police say 23-year-old Jason Ingram was speeding when he slammed into the car and took off on foot after the crash. All 5 young women were hurt, taken to the hospital with serious injuries. Ingram has been booked on felony hit and run. A company from the UK called Cashflow did a study on Forbes' billionaires list for 2022 and the link to astrological signs. Worldwide, there are 2,688 billionaires, 724 of them in the U.S. The study showed that 12% of all the billionaires on the list share the astrological sign of Libra, 11% Pisces, 10% Taurus. Don't forget today is President's Day. It's a federal holiday. Banks, schools, government offices, post offices all closed. Southbound weather from KFI, mostly sunny, breezy today, the highs in the 70s, right now it's 51 in Buena Park. The City Hills has 50, 46 for Northridge, and 41 in Agora. We lay local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bruce Henry. Trouble in the city is on the 10 westbound of Robertson Boulevard. You've got a crash blocking the left lane, lots of slowing as you approach. Willow Brook 105 westbound of Wilmington still have a crash working on that on-ramp. And as you make your way to Ontario, 15 southbound after Harupa, you've got a crash blocking the right lane. Zero Loma, the 60 eastbound after Etiwanda, a crash on the shoulder. And in Merino Valley, 60 westbound before King Street, you've got a crash there off the right shoulder as well. KFI in the sky, help get you there faster. I'm Jude Joseph. You're looking to get out of your house. Doesn't matter why you're moving, or maybe even inheriting a home. Now what do you do? Usually you go to a real estate agent, 6%. And you're told to clean and keep and repair. Buyers are going to walk through. The house has to be pristine. If you don't live there, you don't need any of that. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business, Janet and Matt, brother and sister. I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of smuts out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance or closing. Go to DirectBuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, DirectBuyers.com. Yeah, your 100% Medicare plan. If you get a phone call, you're not talk to the person. Never give out your Medicare number. They're going to get your number, put in a false name. Just for luck. How do you detect Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly. If you get your statement and you see something that you know you did not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Control. To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613 Attorney Darren Kavanaugh, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP, because no one was good makeup. Hey, let's get into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP. If your business has 5 or more employees and manages to provide for COVID, you'd be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. So that's real money. Not alone either. A refund of your taxes. The trick is getting it complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses. And it can probably help you too. No charge up front, and share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that get PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you have increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. Getrefunds.com, that's getrefunds.com. So many days all at once, it's madness! Great, it's free everywhere you can stay in place. Almost forgot. Now you've got reasons to get the balloon.
It's really normal. Both Apple Times and Inner Empire magazine readers wrote it. I love that.
And the number one reason.
Then gift giveaway. Get an electric car to the Dodger when you earn 500 points on your reward card for 27 or 28.
Rolando, good time. This is Jacob Emma. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. This is Jacob Emma. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. This program is being recorded. Good evening, everyone. You're in the right place at the right time. This is Coast to Coast AM, blasting out of the Mojave Desert and the Chirocco, blazing across the land, slamming into your radio like a supercharged nanoparticle of unobtainium. Greetings from the boldest, funniest, most outrageous city in the world, the planetary capital of sun, fun, sin, sex, secrets. My not-so-humble hometown, Las Vegas, Nevada. My name is George Knapp, your occasional host, designated driver of the airwaves, and moderator of tonight's upcoming cacophonous cavalcade of conversation. What's shaking out there? A crisp, cool evening here in the desert. February's been cold by Las Vegas standards. I mean, not so much by the standards of most of you listening tonight. We're ready to be done with winter here, such as it is. And for the next 4 hours, we have a rock'em sock'em UFO throwdown with a slice of paranormal on the side. In the first hour, investigative journalist Leslie King is here. You'll remember Leslie as one of the 3 reporters who wrote the huge UFO story in the New York Times back in December 2017 that changed everything for this topic, turned it on its head, got other mainstream media to pay attention, got Congress to sit up and take notice, helped usher in so many changes that are playing out right now as we speak. Quite a month for UFO news, right? Even if the UFOs in question turned out to be balloons that escaped from a used car lot or a hobbyist group or whatever it was, regardless of what you might think about Balloonapalooza, there are some distinctly positive after effects. I mean, did you see that White House press corps sit up and ask pointed questions, strangely enough, then demand the release of videos from the planes that shot down these 3 unknown objects? I mean, hey, better late than never. Leslie is definitely one of the people who's helped get so much of this into gear, and she's back with a new and ambitious project, a documentary series about UFOs, UAPs, and the central figures in the unfolding of this mystery, both historically and currently. It's airing now on National Geographic. It is excellent. We're going to jump right into that just moments from now. Then in hour 2, and for the rest of the night, one of my favorite writers and investigators of all things strange, Paul Stonehill, extensively about UFO events behind what used to be called the Iron Curtain in the former USSR, but also in China and other parts of the world not so accessible for Western media. The YouTube channel is jam-packed with videos and info that you just don't see anywhere else. We Americans tend to think that everything revolves around us, including the biggest mysteries of all. But right now, this month, in multiple spots in Russia and in China, they're seeing and reporting some of the same phenomena that have baffled our pilots and sensor systems in recent weeks. We'll hear the latest from other parts of the world, plus dig into some very strange tapes that Paul has dug up. The Yeti creatures of Mongolia and Tibet, for example, mysteries of Antarctica, a lot of ground to cover. Paul Stonehill joins us a little bit later and for the rest of the program. Two sad notes to report tonight. Two members of our extended family here on Coast to Coast passed away this weekend. Richard Belgian, Serbic comedian, popular actor, frequent guest here over the years. He wrote and read about all manner of conspiracy theories, JFK especially, UFOs, went down a lot of rabbit holes along with us, and he really knew his stuff. He passed away at age 78, and I read his last words are ones that I cannot say here on the air. You can probably find them online somewhere, and they're very appropriate for him. Another loss, Rabbi, a UK writer. He knew so much about UFOs in the movie biz. Silver Screen Saucers was one of his books. I interviewed him here about it. I interviewed him a couple of times on the show. Got to meet him at a conference in Denmark one year. He's a young guy, I think 42, very bright, excellent writer and editor. His friends say he battled depression for years, and it finally got the best of him, and now he's gone. Both of those men will be missed by their fans around the world. Our webmaster Lex and I have pulled together our usual assortment of items and oddities called news media around the world. We call it Naps News. You can find it on the Coast to Coast AM website. Among the stories there tonight, the latest updates on these, quote, mystery objects that were shot down in recent days. The search for wreckage, not going so well, for so we're being told. Big surprise. And there's a new piece about UFOs and nukes from the guy who got that ball rolling, Robert Hastings. Turns out he helped arrange first-person testimony to the new Arrow organization at the Pentagon from some of the service members who saw UFOs hovering over and interfering with our nuclear weapon system. Very curious stuff. Check that out. Also, there's an odd story about the death of Edgar Allan Poe. Still a lot of questions about the strange circumstances in that tale. You can check it out. Those stories and more in Naps News. And while you're on the website, you can see how to become a Coast Insider. The cost is about 15 cents a day. If you subscribe for a year, you'll see access to our vast archive of programs and interviews, including the Art Vault. You can listen maybe time you want, as often as you want. It's a great deal. So, too, is a subscription to George Norrie's television program, Beyond Belief, wherein George interviews fascinating guests on a wide range of topics, similar to what he does here on the radio. With that, let's assume the position. Bring in the dog and the cat and the family chicken, put on a pot of joe, slide your bod into those warm flannel jammies and your toes and your best bunny slippers, pop yourself down in a comfy spot, turn down the lights and turn up the radio because we're about ready to rumble in a moment. Journalist Leslie Spoon. I'm George Matthews of Coast to Coast AM. Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alerts you to potential identity threats, and if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work fix it during tax season and beyond. Norton can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. LifeLock.com, use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com. Maxwell, the runaway, the rescue, safety position. About 9 years ago, he was crashing a lot, and he started losing some hair. My guess, he said, oh, he must be allergic to the chicken nut of that keeps the brain. Third that, he said it's the word, something in the air. And then somebody said,
I have been listening to these Dynamite ads, hearing different stories of different people and just quick. I got my first 90 days supply, and it took a grand total of 2 weeks. And the dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out. Dynamite is different, and Metro loved it. Now he's supposed to spend, and the Dynamite is part of Maxwell's diet. I don't have like for like what you eat now, having your dog will be, and he's the spectacular dog. Leslie Kane is an investigative journalist who helped write one of the biggest UFO stories of all time back in December 2017 in the New York Times, revealing the existence of a previously secret UFO program inside the Pentagon, and along with two now well-known videos of strange objects encountered by U.S. Navy pilots. She's written two best-selling books, one about UFOs, the other about surviving death, and is now one of the principal producers on a new documentary series airing on the National Geographic Channel. It's called UFOs Investigating the Unknown. The first two episodes have already aired. They're top-notch. Leslie, welcome back to the show.
Hey, George. It's so great to be with you. And what a great introduction you do to your show. I couldn't believe you figured that. It was fantastic.
I get away with as much as I can, Leslie. I don't know how you pulled this off, but, just as your series is about to make its debut 2 weeks ago, bang, boom, bam, a tiny spy balloon just got out of the sky, and then three other unknown objects get blasted as well, and as a result, the whole world is looking skyward. Everybody's talking about UFOs, including all of our media colleagues. Nice check. How did you do that?
Yeah, I know. It's really exciting. How did you find me so good? I think I orchestrated the whole thing just for publicity, George. No, it was just a pretty amazing coincidence, and I hope it means more people are curious and more people watch the show. I just want to add what you said about National Geographic. It's also going on Hulu. So it only airs on National Geographic for 1 night, and then it goes up on Hulu for people to watch it, definitely. So that's clear.
Good, yeah. We'll have more details about how people can see it. I watched it today online. It's terrific. The first two episodes are just excellent. Let me ask you this. After that New York Times story came out, there was a story of other media coverage, mainstream media at last, but then the pushback started. Snark, sniping from rivals at the time. A lot of big guys that kind of lost interest, and the pushback came. Tell me your same take. Could you tell me how you felt when you saw sort of recent stories in the Times that kind of put the other take on it, and they were clearly seen to be pretty bunky, the reports that are coming out to Congress?
Yeah, I mean, the difference is that, the reporter who wrote those stories is a full-time staff writer for the New York Times. He writes for national security issues, and I don't know him. I have no idea what his perspective is. The difference is that I'm actually a freelance writer, George, and maybe people don't know that means I'm actually not working for the New York Times, but when I have a story for them, I will pitch that story to an editor there, and they will either say, yes, we'll do it, or no, we won't. But I'm not assigned stories, and I really don't know the workings of that paper in terms of how stories by other people, are put forward by other reporters who work regularly for the Times. And yeah, clearly, the individual you're talking about has a different perspective, I believe, or a different approach to the story, let's say, than I would take, and my colleague Ralph Blumenthal would take. So it's just, I have absolutely no insight or relationship or say in anything that goes on in that paper. And all these people just keep trying to get stories out that I think are, really, really covering something important.
Well, I don't want to box you into a point where you have to criticize the Times, because maybe you're going to want to pick another story to them at some point. But
exactly.
In your show, you covered just how hard it was to get that story on. And I talked about it in public before, about what a heavy lift it was for you and Ralph and Lee Cooper to pitch that and to get it through to those editors, because the New York Times, at least since 1960, has been overtly hostile to this topic, within my view. You don't have to say that, I'll say it.
No. Okay, yeah.
I mean, it's a heavy lift, right?
It was a heavy lift. I think, the interesting thing was, it wasn't that hard to actually convince the editors at the Times to run the story. because we really had the goods. I mean, we had documentation, we had the videos, we had photos on the record, and others on the record, people who confirmed the ASIC program, et cetera, et cetera. We really had solid stuff. And they're interested in what goes on at the Pentagon, right? So here was like a secret program at the Pentagon, but it really depended also on getting Harry Reid, your good friend George, to come on board in the story. And they greenlit the story, but we kind of had to get Harry Reid. So once Helene Cooper flew out to Las Vegas and talked to Harry Reid, and he confirmed everything that was, as we said in our series, her words, he confirmed everything. And then we knew we really had a story. But so the challenge was more about dealing with the editors in the process of writing the story. It wasn't so much as convincing them to let us do it. There's been other situations with Ralph Blumenthal and I where we have had trouble convincing them to let us do something later on. But that initial story, they were smart enough to see that was something big. But it's a struggle to deal with editors because they take so much control over the story. They don't let you say certain things that you might want to say. They make you say other things that you don't want to say. And it's just and you have to pick your battles too. You can argue certain things, you can't argue everything. It's a really delicate balance and a delicate dance. And in that respect, it was very difficult after a story just to get through the hoops and the vetting that we had to get through. And the control, basically, to be honest with you. The control that they have over what goes into that story and how it's worded. It's very scrutinized.
Well, your new series, I love the journalistic angle on it, how you went about putting the pieces together, how you got it past the editors. It's sort of like a little bit of All the President's Men in that sense. It's a true story about journalism and action. I love that stuff. I just wonder,
it's fun. You're a journalist. You know. You just know more than I have. So, it's really...
Talk to me about when that story exploded and the months that followed, how much I guess you were just being too spiteful, but how proud you are about other media picking up the ball and running with it, at least for a while. It slid back a little bit, but, a lot of what's unfolding right now is just right back to that story, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's funny. That story really traces back to the resignation of Luis Elizondo, which is what set the whole thing in motion. But yeah, I think it's like a snowball effect. You start with that, and then it rolls down the hill, and it gathers more and more weight to it, right? And you just keep building and building and building. And yeah, those first 2 months, it was just very, very exciting because I've been reporting on UFOs since the year 2000. That's when I did my first mainstream story with the Boston Globe. And I spent those 17 years battling the taboo, really, and just trying to make the simple point that UFOs are real. It just seems so elementary now. And that was still not an elementary point before that story came out, as you know. And so now, it's just been amazing for me to sit, not only the first few months, but the whole ride, to just watch everything change where the point, the fact that now that there's an acceptance and acknowledgement by our official world here that UFOs are real seems almost kind of passe at this point. But George, remember, before 2017, that was not accepted.
As you know, you explore in the series the ups and downs of this topic over the years. There have been other times where the public was engaged, Congress was engaged, and then the genie somehow gets stuffed back in the bottle. Can you talk to me about the series, what you set out to do, how it got going?
Yeah, it really was, a couple of years ago, the film company I worked with called Breakthrough Films, which is based in New York, and I've done other projects with them. I did a series with them for Netflix based on my other book, and it's Surviving Death. And, everyone can see that this topic is of great interest. So we put together a proposal which went to CNN, actually, to do this kind of broad sweep. And it's really designed a lot of it's designed for people who don't know a lot about this topic. So CNN had this vision, and as we did, of reaching all these millions of people on that network who just watch CNN but don't really know much about UFOs. It wasn't really made for the people who know a lot about it, although I think it's still interesting to people who know something about it. But that was the idea. Let's bring this out to a massive audience. And I think, and CNN was really behind it. They produced, they basically, funded the whole thing. And then what happened last summer was the CNN has some issues after it merged. There was this big corporate merger, and they shut down their documentary film department. So they're no longer airing shows like ours. So fortunately, it went over, as you mentioned, National Geographic and Hulu and Vice and Disney Plus, all one entity. But that was basically how it happened. And we just spent a lot of time, running around the country and doing our interviews. A lot of my job was to help write the questions for the interviews, help bring people into the series, help bridge the story and determine, what was credible and what wasn't and that kind of thing. And I just think, we're just hoping that it's just a way of kind of broadening a kind of basic level of information for the general public. Who knows there's something going on with this? And they know something's different now. They don't quite know the subject matter very well. So I think that's what's good about this series.
Well, I like that it weaves in the historical stuff with current events. I mean, so the historical stuff that people, new people are drawn to this topic every day, and there's a deep learning curve there about how we got to where we are now with some of the documents that hooked me in the beginning. The Twain memo, Robertson, you tell those stories. But you tell those stories in a really interesting way. It's compelling. I mean, it's dramatic how those things unfolded.
Well, thanks. I still think it's dramatic every time I see it, even though I know it so well as you do. But I think a lot of people don't even know how this movie ever existed. We all take it for granted because we're involved. But when you think about the average person, if you did a play on the street and ask people how many people know that Project Blue Book, they don't. So yeah, I think they did try to weave it in a way that makes it really interesting. It doesn't get bogged down into this endless footage from the 1950s, 50s, but it's all integrated. And we do one of the episodes coming up is about all the work that citizens have done. It's not just about the government. We have an old episode that sort of focuses on once Blue Book shut down in the 1970s. Look at all these great citizen activists and investigators who kept it all going, did all the work, collected all the documents, year after year after year. And so we're not just filling the government. I like the fact that we're also covering the work of those people that are just out there doing it. And some of the groups like MoveOn and Post and filmmakers like Dan Cross, we're just giving it out to everyone. And so I think people identify with that as well.
The documents can be the tip of death in a TV news story. You don't want to show too much of that stuff, but the documents are really compelling. That Twain memo that you mentioned earlier in episode 1, it's pretty key. I mean, those are what grabbed me in the beginning when I was first chasing this, because as a journalist, that's something you could follow, the paper trail, right?
Right, exactly. And all the documents that were released during the 1970s, it's hundreds of documents on UFOs that that were released. And some of them I find to be the most compelling information we have, as I'm sure you do, like the Twain memo that you mentioned. Other memos, the 3-page description of the uranium case that took place in 1976. That long, detailed transcription of the briefing of what happened during that event. Phenomenal. So, yeah, there are some things, people say that disclosure happened. It hasn't really happened in the way people want, but those documents really established the reality of this long before our government ever admitted it. It was all there in the documents.
Very important for people new to the subject to understand the history of the history and the debunking. You mentioned the Robertson panels created by the CIA. They had a problem. UFOs are not a threat to national security, they decided, but the reporting of them was a threat. It clogged up our system, so they needed to debunk them, strip them of the horror of mystery, and they enacted what amounts to a policy of ridicule and debunking. Right?
Yeah. What's phenomenal about that is it's right there in black and white in their documents, it says the word ridicule and debunking. We're going to infiltrate the media and documentary films, and we're going to infiltrate citizen groups, and we're going to, education was another thing that they define as meaning explaining away as many cases as you can by mundane explanations, So yeah, it was a policy. And it's just fascinating that they wrote it all down. They didn't write it. Nobody got to read it at the time. It was classified, but in the 70s when that was released, we can all see it. Exactly that they consciously laid out the policy.
It worked too. We're talking with Leslie Kane. We're talking with Leslie Kane about UFOs, investigating the unknown, new series that she's produced, and we'll come back and jump into some of the details about the first 2 episodes.
I'm Bree Henderson of KFI 24-hour newsroom. An investigation is underway after a woman was found dead at a Disneyland resort parking structure. Anaheim police say the woman either jumped or fell from that structure. The number of COVID-19 hospitalizations in LA County is on the rise. As of yesterday, there were 714 people hospitalized with COVID-19. That's an increase of 27 patients since Friday. A man and a woman are facing charges for stealing gasoline from a Simi Valley gas station. Police say the incident involved the use of a trailer and hoses. The couple sucked the fuel from underground storage tanks. The pair reportedly siphoned off 25 to 30 gallons of fuel before police arrived. They've been booked on suspicion of conspiracy and theft. Southbound weather from KFI, mostly sunny and breezy, highs right around 70. Right now it's 48 in Yorba Linda, Tustin sector with 50, 45 in Northridge, and 50 in Pasadena. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
In San Bernardino, the 250 southbound before Inland Center Drive, you've got a crash blocking the two right lanes. Traffic is stopped to go from Mill Street. Still have trouble in Riverside on the 91 eastbound after Los Sierra crash off to the right shoulder. And in Middle Loma, the 60 eastbound after Etowanda crash on the right shoulder as well. Ontario, 15 southbound after a Rupert Street, a crash there blocks the right lane. And in Anaheim, the 5 northbound at Ball Road, you got a crash in the right shoulder at the on-ramp. KFI, the Sky LCC there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the basement. Their hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 38,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit Uline.com. It's easier to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit RosettaStone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Silverman along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? Not really? So since it was a 17-year-old Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a secret. Really? Really? That's good for me. That's Really Know Really right there. Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Here are some facts about water softeners. Softeners add sodium without filtering water. Old-fashioned, costly, maintenance heavy. So there's a better solution. A light-stored, salt-free water system. Light-stored systems provide filtered, delicious, obviously safe water from every tap without the filters remaining. And if you live in an area that bans water softeners, Light Source is the perfect choice. Call 800-803-2696. Feature the factory rep, lightsourcewater.com. Light Source tastes and feel the difference. KFI, AM 640. And we have a new flavor, the radio-flavored Coca-Cola. Either that hot or trying to handle low, oh no. Oh, do you want a soda that tastes like Bill Handle? Not Bill Handle. I don't even want to go there. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
If you see me walking down the street and I start to cry, he's crying. Walk over. Walk over. My feelings, but you don't see the tears that nothing brings. Inside it, cause each time I see you, I break down and cry. You walk over.
investigating the unknown new series on their social media. And as we learned in this series, and also that key to her original story in the New York Times, Senator Harry Reid played a huge role in both. Because he had came forward and admitted that he had sponsored this program, came up with millions of dollars to fund one UFO program that turned into more than one over the years. I've said on this program before, I had a sort of an ongoing secret private conversation with Senator Reid for 30 years about UFOs, and tried to keep him engaged with the topic. I think he made only one public statement in all the years I talked to him about it. That was back in 1989, because his staff, as Leslie reports in this new series, his staff told him that this is not a good idea for you to talk about. But he finally came forward, spilled the beans, and made all the difference to that New York Times story, and it makes a big difference to this series. We're going to talk a little bit more about that, Lou Elizondo and Tom DeLong, right after this, the first Thursday. 2023 is off to a turbulent start, and despite the U.S. breaking through the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling in January, the administration has no plans to curb spending. It's times like these you want to be diversified. It's times like these you want to have physical gold and silver on hand, and you can buy it at BullionMax.com/post. That's right. BullionMax will ship the gold and silver fully insured directly to your door. Think about that. Gold and silver are the world's oldest, most fluid form of currency. It's there for you when inflation soars, when other assets go sideways, when the lights go out. To get started, go to BullionMax.com/post and purchase your silver starter kit. Get 6 ounces of solid silver, including a limited vintage Aztec calendar coin, something Bullion Max and I set up just for you, Lucas. Again, go to BullionMax.com/post now to purchase your silver starter kit and take the first step to building an emergency reserve of gold and silver. BullionMax.com/post. BullionMax.com/post.
Real people, real stories.
I had bruising that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore.
I've got a glass door. You can hardly lift yourself up off the door. I won't tell you what's been there. He said the treatment was being good. And I said, no way. That's when I said, you know what, this could be the ticket. So I started administering it. He took to it right away. In 3 weeks, you could tell. Very alert. Into the protocol. He seemed like he was 100%. He was on a 5-mile walk. I'm like this. He was just like priming.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
Leslie, is your series, is it all airing on National Geographic, or just the first couple and then it moves to Hulu, or is it on both?
It's on both. That's just the way it works. Is that Monday night, 2 episodes are aired on National Geographic. So tomorrow there'll be episodes 3 and 4 on National Geographic, and then the day after we'll move over to Hulu. So episodes 1 and 2 are already on Hulu, and then episodes 3 and 4 go on Hulu on Tuesday this week after they air on Monday on National Geographic. And then next week, the last episode goes on National Geographic on Monday night and on Hulu the next day.
Well, I can tell you, episode 3, we'll talk about episodes 1 and 2 in a moment. Episode 3 sounds like it's getting into UFOs and nukes. And I mentioned earlier in the program, Robert Hastings has put out this article today that he had personally helped escort a number of these former service members to talk to Arrow, the new organization within DoD that's investigating UAP. I think that's a really important step. I mean, as you obviously know, the UFO and nuke angle is one that's strangely been ignored by a lot of the media coverage of this over the years, and it's as big as it gets. If that's not national security, what is?
Exactly. I agree with you. It's very, very important. I'm just thrilled that many of them are going to go to Arrow. A couple of them already have, or at least one that I know of. So, yes, and they seem to be taking it very seriously there. You're right. It has been neglected. I think part of that maybe because most of the events happened decades ago, but still, as you recall, one of the Congressman Gallagher asked a question at the hearing last May, the congressional hearing, asked that question about one of those events. So one of the mounts from Air Force Base, I believe, was 1967, and the two gentlemen who were being, who were the witnesses at that hearing didn't know anything about it. So that needs to be a lot more part of the dialogue now, and I think it's starting to happen.
Episode 1 begins with the Tic Tac, which is, I think you could probably easily say that's the most important UFO case of all time, in one sense, in that the effect that it has had, how well it is documented, the credibility of those witnesses, Dave Fravor, Alex Dietrich, Chad Underwood, that you interviewed for this episode. I mean, it's a really powerful case, and I love how you describe and demonstrate the movement that the Tic Tac was making during that encounter. It really takes away the argument that this is a seagull or glare or flare. I mean, that's baloney.
Yeah, I think they hired some very good graphic artists to demonstrate how the Tic Tac was in the episode. Maybe it was later in episode 1, I don't remember. They showed the difference between an airplane cruising over the state of Ohio and a UAP making the same turn but at a right angle. I don't know if you've seen that one yet. It may not be in one of the first 3 episodes.
I don't know.
Okay. There's some, I think you're right. I mean, I think that and again, I'm not responsible for this at all, but I just think the visuals, the way they were handled in the episode, really clarify a lot of the imagery that, people can describe. They haven't actually seen it. So, I think, and I agree. I thought it was really important to open up with that case because, as you mentioned, it's so important and so well documented, and people have heard of it. So it lets people tune into something they're sort of familiar with.
The reaction to Tic Tac, to the video. I mean, as you know in this series, the fact that you had the video of Tic Tac and then Dimple, it's made all the difference in the world to go along with the testimony of the aviators. Very powerful combination. But you still have people, even today, that want to say it's seagulls or flare or glare or something that, to make those kind of arguments, you have to assume that our pilots are nitpicks, are knuckleheads who don't know how to read their own instruments or don't know what to see with their own eyes.
I mean, I agree, and I think you have to also assume not only that they are nitpicks, but that the analyst of the Department of Defense who got the video and analyzed it as well as it could ever be analyzed by any technician, and was forced to acknowledge that these were unknown objects. So you're also saying that they're idiots, and that maybe some guy, who's just sitting there on his computer feels that he can do a better explanation than the Department of Defense. Well, I just don't think so.
As you say in the series, getting Harry Reid was a really big deal. It was critical to having the story in the New York Times go forward, and it's a really critical component of your series now, especially with him being gone. But was there any interest in the New York Times in those days of maybe nailing Harry Reid? If maybe he got this $22 million authorized as a favor to his pal in Nevada?
Yeah, well, they didn't. I mean, some people have raised that as sort of criticism. Oh, the only reason Robert Spiegel got this contract is because, there was a special relationship between him and Harry Reid. I don't personally believe that's the case. And I don't think the Times did either. I mean, they were satisfied with accepting the fact that Bigelow went through the process to apply for that, the money that was offered by Harry Reid for the program, and he was the best qualified person to do it. And I don't think there's any doubt about that. So I don't think that there was any special favors there. I just think what was appropriate was what happened.
I know Helene Cooper tells the story in the documentary that once she got that interview and the confirmation from Reid, she's like floating on air. Holy cow, this is an actual story. We're going to be able to get this on, right?
Yeah, I love her. I mean, I think my whole favorite part of episode 1, George, was Helene Cooper. Because she has not done any interview like that ever before. She's not normally out there. She's not a UFO person, And I just thought she was hysterical and really genuine in the way she described going to Costco. You remember that?
Yeah.
I said, okay, we're done with the story. It just went up. It was a Harry Reid thing, too. It was a really big deal. And she was so thrilled that she got it. But also, when the story actually finally posted, and we were trying to be political, we were trying to be up, he just put a phone in the pocket and tells you when you're stopping at Costco, you drive walking out of Costco. I was all just took my phone and there was absolutely exploding. And this is only like an hour after the story posted her from the exploding. So yeah, I love the way she described it.
You know, the only bone I have to pick with it is about Senator Reid. The $22 million that he got was for something other than ATIP. It was called off after.
Exactly.
But I know you couldn't do that story. None of us could at the time that the Time story came out.
Right, and I'm just so glad that you all did the book, George. I mean, that you and your colleagues, Jim McCaskey and yeah, I mean, that's what, and I talk about this all the time in interviews, because people are always asking about the paranormal aspects of the phenomenon, how it interacts with consciousness and other, other aspects of the broader scope of what UAPs actually are, which I think, that book is absolutely crucial to make that point. And it's a major piece of work. So I agree. It's not something we could bring in at the time, and I think if we had, it could.
You told your story.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I mean, I think, we could have mentioned the name of the original program, but I think there's the edited stuff was going to continue to do that. It's like, you just, at some point, you just don't argue with them anymore. It's too frustrating,
I understand.
And, yeah, so, but I think that what the work that you have done to get out what actually happened with that program is really, really important. And I think the timing of when you did it was also really important.
I like what you do. Yeah, I like what you do with Elizondo. Lou is, it really tells the story from a personal perspective of what you put on the line to make this happen. If he had not come forward, I don't know that we'd ever run it. Also, Tom DeLonge hadn't put CPSA together with Chris Mellon, with Hal Putoff, and had a landing spot for Lou. I mean, who knows how this would have been.
I agree with you. I mean, yeah, that's right. Because I think Lou might have had a few. I don't know if he even would have resigned if he didn't have that Tom DeLonge umbrella to go under. I'm not, but maybe he would have, but it made all the difference for him at that point. To have that group to go into and to have the support of his colleagues in the Secret Service Academy is really, really important. Yeah. And I think one thing we did in episode 1 was to try to show some of his personal history and who he is as a human being and why he did what he did and try to really reveal some of all of that, So I like that too, and I think I have the greatest respect for Lou Elizondo, and I always will. And I'm sorry that so many people are giving him a hard time.
Well, that comes with the territory in UFO world. What bothers me the most is that the former employers continue to give him a bad time. Playing games, it's lawyerly language of he had no assigned responsibility or HTIP wasn't a UFO program. I mean, it goes back and forth. It's painful for a guy who really did serve his country for so many years.
I completely agree, George. I hope it stops. But he's writing a book now. He's got some time away from all of this. He's been sort of quiet, and I think he's probably feeling good about that.
The early investigations that you cover, the developments that I think are so important to understanding the big picture here, or wanted to go away. And in some ways, you almost feel sympathetic that they were, as you document, they're overwhelmed with UFO reports in those days. Really didn't feel like it should be your job.
Yeah, and I think you need to remember that. So that's really fascinating. They did not want Russia to know what we were up to, or they didn't want UFOs to be misunderstood as some kind of object from Russia. They didn't want Russia to be able to take advantage of us anyway. There's all this fear around being in the Cold War that I think made it a lot worse. But yeah, I mean, all of a sudden they were dealing with this phenomenon that they knew, I believe they knew was not man-made back then. And what did they do? It's almost like they were green at the time. But that feeling, they just didn't know what to do. So they set up this program called Project Blue Book, in which people could file reports. But it really became this effort to kind of debunk and ridicule and kind of quiet down all the interest that people had. This is spelled out in that Robertson panel report that we talked about. So, yeah, I mean, the Air Force, they just sort of muddled through the whole thing, and they were very happy, I believe, when Project Blue Book closed down in 1970. That was the end of it for them. But it's a different world now.
Well, some things are different, and some things take a long time to change. In episode 2, you return to a really important case that people have forgotten that this will even remember Stephenville. So there's a reporter, Angela Joyner, who I got to know a little bit and interact with and interview, working for this small town newspaper, gets the story of a lifetime. And there's pushback from her editors too after she takes this big splash with a story about this UO incident that the military initially lied about in 2008. And she basically she loses her job because she doesn't want to give it up, right?
Right, and she's really heroic in that regard. It's such a wonderful character, I think, in the series. I mean, in life, she's just so lovely and so invigorated by this stuff. And she realized how important it was, and her editors were not into it at that time. So she either quit or she got fired. As I recall, I'm not sure what it was, just really sure about it. But and then she just went out and just carried on with the work. And there were so many witnesses in Stephenville who wanted to talk to her. Without her, George, I'm not sure that story wouldn't even be very well known today.
I know.
We found out involved a long report done on it, a long study done on it, very, very important case.
So this, I don't remember seeing this in the episode too, but wasn't George Bush's home overflown by this thing or something close to it?
I remember that. And I wish I could remember the details. There was something about that. I know maybe George Bush, one of George Bush's facility, homes or something out there. And then there were stories about Jeff taking it, and then the Air Force denying there were any deaths up there, but then later having to admit it. I mean, it was pretty incredible. Unfortunately, I wasn't that involved with that case because when that case happened, I was writing my UFO book, and I just sort of missed it. I'm so glad that you covered it. I wasn't that involved with the coverage of it in our series, but there is this sort of surprise reveal that I absolutely love, and I'm sure you do too.
Oh my God!
I don't know if you could say what it is. It's so moving and wonderful for anybody who watches this episode too to see what happens to this editor who is the one who gave Angela Joyner. He was the one who made it impossible for Angela to cover it at the paper. He was in control of. And she went through this transformation, and I don't want to give it away, but it's pretty spectacular. Wouldn't you say?
Yes, it is. It's a great way to end that episode. Tell me that.
Yeah.
We have a couple of minutes left. Big picture stuff. So, it's amazing the changes that have happened in just a few short years. I know I get a lot of people who are new to the topic who think that the pace is so slow and when are we going to know? And I want to know right now everything. But the pace of change that I have seen is absolutely extraordinary over the big picture. But do you think it can be transacted now that Congress seems to be fired up? I don't know if you're spending any time on the Hill or talking to people who are. There's some of those folks who are definitely into this topic and don't seem like they want to let it go.
It seems that way to me too. There are certain members of Congress, certain senators that want to let it go. And I'm grateful for that. There's probably others, not so much in the Congress, but elsewhere that that would like to put a lid on it. And so, but it really seems like the momentum is in the forward direction. Is in the direction of letting Arrow do its work. Letting Congress interview the people that they want to interview, collecting information, verify, follow up on things that these people are telling them who have only been able to do this now because of legislation. I mean, George, the fact that legislation is even passed is phenomenal. That, allowing these people with these security oaths and these agreements that don't allow them to talk about these things to actually now talk about them to the Arrows, to the people at Arrow, and to provide information to them about black programs and reverse engineering and all these things that can be followed up and verified by these officials, by members of Congress. And then what's going to happen when they figure out, let's say they get verification or something like that. Of course, then the big question is how much of that is going to be popular. So that's a watershed moment. We can even just happen with one program or one incident that's absolutely definitive.
Well, I think you're hearing the same.
What do they do?
I think you're hearing the same stories I am about the whistleblowers who have already come forward and told them about legacy programs, about materials and craft, and whether or not that gets made public. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll just promise to make sure it gets out one way or another. Right?
We'll just have to make it happen, George. I mean, you're doing it already. You're on.
Thanks so much for being here. Congratulations on the series UFOs Investigating the Unknown on National Geographic and on Hulu. Check that out, folks. It's really good. Thanks, Leslie.
Thanks for having me, George. Take care.
Thank you. We're going to the break with Elton John. I've seen the saucers, and in a moment, all Stonewall joins us to talk about paranormal and UFO incidents from other parts of the world.
Done. Wrong?
How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of it higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you've built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
On the podcast, The Last Soviet, last Camp, someone quote, shares his own experiences of astronaut training in Russia. That's true, and tells the story of the final cosmonaut, a man trapped in space while his nation crumbled to the ground.
His name is Sergei Krikalev. He's a Soviet cosmonaut, and he's manning the world's only space station, the pride and joy of the USSR.
Listen to The Last Soviet on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Ladies and gentlemen, Hot Chef Fabio Viviani has arrived. Now just listen to this balloon.
I'm Captain Open. Steakhouse meat and Brazilian sriracha.
Number 2.
The channel is open. Try to keep the tower and inches on the house.
And the number 1 reason.
The marketplace is open. It's an elevated all-you-can-eat casino dining experience you just decide to get. The marketplace is open.
Marengo, good time. We'll help you figure it out. It's kind of what we did.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hiker recovered. Angry panic in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A body found in the San Gabriel Mountains has been identified as one of 2 LA hikers that have been missing since January 13th. 62-year-old Bob Gregory of Hawthorne was found near Mount Islip on Saturday, but his actor Julian Sands is still reported missing. Federal charges are expected to be filed against a man accused of shooting 2 different Jewish men outside 2 different LA synagogues. Phil Hewitt reports.
Both victims are expected to survive. The suspect was arrested in Riverside County. Weapons were seized. Investigators now believe the shootings were motivated out of hatred for Jewish people. The attack happened on Wednesday and Thursday in the Pico Robertson neighborhood of Los Angeles.
The shooting death of a beloved L.A. bishop is now a murder investigation. The L.A. County Sheriff's Department says 69-year-old Bishop David O'Connell was found dead in a Heights home with a gunshot wound to his chest. Bishop David, as he was known, had been a priest for more than 40 years and was ordained as a bishop in 2015. More SpaceX Falcon 9 rockets launched from Vandenberg Space Force Base.
3, 2, 1. Exit full power and liftoff of Thailand. Cruise speed at 5. Go Falcon, go Thailand.
They launched twice over the weekend. The rockets carried Starlink internet satellites into low Earth orbit. Twitter has launched an $8 a month verification program for anyone who wants a blue check mark on their platform. Businesses will get charged $1,000 a month for the gold verification. If you don't want to pay, you can stick with the free gray check mark. Today's President's Day, it's a federal holiday. Banks, schools, government offices, and post offices are closed, and it's also National Cherry Pie Day. Southbound weather from KFI, mostly sunny, breezy, and highs near 70. Right now it's 51 in Fullerton, 49 in Huntington Beach. Manhattan Beach reports 52, and it's 48 in Arcadia. Wind local from the KFI 24-hour news for Green Tennis.
Downtown LA, the 10 westbound connected to the northbound 110, and that crash blocks the right lane, watch the slowing as you approach. As you make your way through the Cahuenga Pass, the 101 north on that farm, you've got an accident blocking the right lane. And in Woodland Hills, the 101 south on that Valley Circle, a crash off to the right shoulder. Ontario, the 15 south on after Haru, the street an accident blocks the right lane. And the 215 south on after Inland Center Drive, a crash in the 2 right lanes. KFI, the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. We have senior 100% Medicare scan. If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. Never get out your Medicare number. They're going to get your number and put it in a false claim.
Just for luck.
How do you detect Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly.
If your statement and you see something that you know you should not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Patrol.
To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anywhere else. And we can give you access to those special customers more cost effectively. Across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to send you out iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
Hey, all it's Steve Sharp. Did you hear the news? Yeah, California Utilities Commission just changed the rate by which solar customers are credited for their power output. It's called net metering 3.0. It's now the law, and no one is happy about it because it means getting 75% less power companies. But good news is there's a grandfathering period, and you can still permanently in the awesome rate of net metering 2.0, but you need to have your solar documents filed by April 14th. The point is this: if you have ever thought about going solar, now is the time. Which means now is the time to call Sunlux. Sunlux will walk you through how to lock in net metering 2.0 by the April 14th deadline. Even if you're not ready to install the system, call Sunlux and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait to lock in the best returns on solar you will ever see. Start today at sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. PSLB 1000837. Here, say I want my medical bill paid, I want my car fixed, I want my money, I accident lawyer. 800-920-0810.
In case you accident, visit superwomansuperman.com.
KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. My father had the same barber as Vin Scully, and my dad says, "Hey, can my kid get your autograph?" And the guy says, "Absolutely." And he takes my baseball and signs it. He signed a cheap Daryl Gates. But Tim Conway Jr. said, my dad thought Vin Scully was cheap service. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. What are your chances of actually connecting with a real hitman? We're not going to connect with an actual hitman over the internet. There you are. They must have LinkedIn page for this. Why are you so interested? I don't know. That's not my style, but somebody who knows a guy who knows a guy? That would be it. It would be a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy. Bill Handel. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand online. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. Coast to Coast AM with Georgie. That collective soul, getting right to it. You speak my language. We move on now. Paul Stonehill is an international researcher and author whose curious research and published work includes UFOs, USOs, Soviet space exploration, and Eurasian paranormal phenomena. He's developed really great sources and media connections all over that part of the world, and has focused on features that are on his YouTube channel, and it's information you really can't find anywhere else online. An amazing array of stuff involving Russian history and Soviet covert operations, warfare in the former USSR, paranormal stuff that'll chill you to your bones in Eastern Europe and Russia and Central Asia. You've got some great current cases and incidents and paranormal episodes and encounters, some very similar to what we've been experiencing here in 2023, and it joins us momentarily. 2023 is off to a turbulent start, and despite the U.S. breaking through the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling in January, the administration has no plans to curb spending. It's times like these you want to be diversified. It's times like these you want to have physical gold and silver on hand, and you can buy it at bullionmax.com/post. That's right. BullionMax will ship the gold and silver fully insured directly to your door. Think about that. Gold and silver are the world's oldest, most proven form of currency. It's there for you when inflation soars, when other assets go sideways, when the lights go out. To get started, go to bullionmax.com/coast to purchase your silver starter kit. Get 6 ounces of solid silver, including a limited vintage Aztec calendar coin, something Bullion Max and I set up just for you listeners. Again, go to bullionmax.com/coast now to purchase your silver starter kit and take the first step to building an emergency reserve of gold and silver. bullionmax.com/coast. bullionmax.com/coast.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. They are award-winning 100% US-based customer support easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99%. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee, doing millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
Really? Oh, no to that. Dog.
Welcome back. As I said at the top of tonight's program, Paul Stonehill is one of my very favorite writers, researchers, investigators on UFOs, USOs, and paranormal. He covers cases and incidents and materials that no one else in the world covers. Puts it on his YouTube channel. I spent several hours there today going through some of the most recent entries. Paul, welcome back to the program. Are we hearing Paul Stonehill? Paul, you there?
This happened.
All right, we're trying to get Paul back on the phone here. Yeah. As I mentioned, he's got this YouTube channel that covers UFO incidents, and the first thing that jumped out at you in looking at the first couple of entries there are the similarities to what's going on here right now. These unknown objects, 3 of which were shot down and researched by U.S. Air Force planes. The Russian military has been going through something very similar to that. They've had a number of incidents this month. They also had some similar cases in January, and then it turns out that the Chinese have been having similar episodes as well. And we've heard from Chinese media reports that these are American balloons, that they're blaming us for doing the same kind of thing that they were caught doing with that Chinese balloon that was shot down. I think that Paul Stonehill is going to be sharing with us information of the different natures. Do we have Paul back? We're trying to call him back now. In addition to the UFO stories that we're going to be covering with him, he has great media sources for stories about paranormal events that are just not reported in Western media. For example, one of the things we're going to be covering with him tonight is the sightings of Yeti-type creatures, abominable snowmen all over Central Asia, Eurasia, Tibet, and Mongolia. Some of these cases really whether it's for the looks at Bigfoot and similar creatures here, but almost the only source for them. I'm hoping we're going to get him back here on the phone momentarily.
You guys got her station?
Okay.
I don't know how this is
all right. So I guess we're going to have to just open up a call to our listeners now, because I don't know where else we're going to go here. We got Paul, who was scheduled to join us for 3 hours. He was on the phone a minute ago, and he was telling us, hold on a second, I'm going to forward this message to Donna. Okay, here's that. Well, that was going to be a long 3 hours if I had to just ramble on. Paul, are you there? I am here, and I gotta tell you, I'm not sure because I was holding on. And then Paul was cut off, and my computer froze up. Because I want to look for the backup stuff. Anyway, let's talk. We'll see how we go. Yeah, we're good. We're all good. I was just telling the audience as I was going there that there are some similarities to the cases that have made so much news here in the West, in North America, shoot down these mystery objects and things that are happening in Russia. Let's start there. What can you bring us up to date with for cases that you've reported on your YouTube channel this very much? Unusual cases of swirling, rotating dots appearing over areas like the Leningrad region, not far from St. Petersburg, and the Russians actually, dispatched aircraft to shoot them down. Even though it's the wartime right now, but very unusual cases, and all over Russia, actually. We know that some of them have to do with, whatever launches they're doing at the time, but some cannot be explained. They're trying to explain them away, but those, very rapid, Elon Musk. I've had cases from several areas, but especially very interesting is the northwest Russia, St. Petersburg area cases, and definitely their military is worried. Also, there was a case, and I'm going by memory, George, because like I said, my computer, I'll try to restart it. Now, there was a very interesting case late January and beginning of February when actually the aircraft that belongs to the FSB, which is the modern KGB. They observed the UFO objects, right appearance was as the course of the aircraft was great, and also they tried to check it out. They didn't know what it was, but whatever it was no drone, and the object knew that the FSB special aircraft on special missions was in flight. So they're very confused as well. They're trying not to show it, and things are happening just like in the United States. So you report on these things that he called the St. Petersburg, also known as Leningrad, in this region, and according to what your information comes from, is the airspace was closed over a 200 square kilometer area after something was detected in the sky. What were they saying? Light? There were light dots, they mentioned, and quite suspicious in character, and they tried to explain it away by regular the regular explanation, but they could not. And one of their top pilots in the area said, "Listen, I've been taking UFOs under the Soviet times, and when it was not proper to even to report it, so we know what it is. It is a UFO, and he was alluding to it being of non-terrestrial origin. There's only so much they can say. But they did close the airspace for a while. Everybody got worried, and people took pictures and so forth. But then they reopened it, and they used all kinds of special special signals. They called it cover or regime, different areas of Russia. And again, military aircraft was dispatched. Are you surprised that an incident involving something from the FSB, which is sort of the successor to the KGB, that an incident involving that plane would ever make it into a media or in Russia? Right? What's the media environment like there? And the press have certain freedom, or they get in trouble for storing secret stuff like that? Well, they'll find out. If they go against the plan, they'll find out. But Russia is no Soviet Union. I mean, yes, there's a lot of control nowadays, and attaining certain Soviet characteristics, but still information goes in, and Russia is not a uniform state. State. I mean, you can find out a lot of interesting information reading Siberian newspapers and even local newspapers in European Russia. Komsomolskaya Pravda is one of the newspapers I've been reading for many years, and Putin is he likes this newspaper too. Well, I like it as well because they, despite their ideological bent, they do publish a lot of cool stuff about the investigation into the Dyatlov theft or the continuous coverage of the cosmonauts and developments in the Soviet space industry, and of course UFOs as well. Vladimir Lagovsky is one of their top scientific journalists. I've been in touch with him since 1991 and exchanged information. So if you do get interesting stuff, you just have to see through it and just make sure that it's not tabloid media. But you get good news from Russia. I know you do. You have great sources and you understand the language and everything, and you have cast a very wide net there. I guess there's not much of it makes it out here unless it's from you, right? Yeah, and this is very sad because Russia and China are not being covered as they are, and there is you can see a lot of nonsense that is somehow leaked into the Western press, but that's understandable unless it's a special disinformation operation, and I don't know who to point to catch Russian UFO research and previous research. Well, somebody is afraid of the information that's coming out, and the more people are finding out in the West or Far East and so forth that Russia has had many UFO instances and reports, and they're somewhat similar and somewhat different from the United States, you find out that quite sober and intelligent people have been researching this phenomenon behind the Iron Curtain and now in Russia. And you start putting one and one together. And you can see that despite all the swamp gas explanations and all other things that is being thrown at us, the phenomenon is out there. UFOs and UFOs, and you can't shut us down.
So it's a lot like here in that sense, and that the official explanation, oh, that's balloons, that's probably drones. If you mentioned that in a couple of the reports that I watched today, yeah, it's drones, that's Starlink and something like that. But the explanations that come from the official sources are not believed in a lot of cases.
No, they're not believed, and it shows you that, those at the top are running around with like chickens without heads and trying to come up with feverish explanations as to what UFOs are, balloons and this and that, and missiles are being expanded to shoot down objects like that, but you cannot shoot down the phenomenon. It's out there. And I think it's becoming more and more prevalent for a reason I cannot comprehend, but it's out there. And maybe it's the times that we're living, strange wars, strange sicknesses, who knows?
It's kind of scary, I would think, to be a journalist in Russia because you don't exactly know where the line is. You and I have talked about it before when we've had conversations here that, in previous days, yeah, if UFOs were forbidden, they were regarded as Western propaganda of some sort, so their research went underground, and then it's been back and forth. After I was there in the 90s, some of those people who spoke to me on camera openly, they wouldn't talk to me again when I went back a couple years later. So I didn't know what it was like now. We read about a lot of people falling out of buildings and having terrible accidents when they cross Putin, and I know that some journalists have met bad fates there, so it strikes me as kind of risky to go too far on this subject.
It is, but nowadays, of course, everything changes, and you get into, again, state controlled territory, but not only in Russia. And what's interesting about the Soviet Union, yes, it was UFOs was a forbidden subject for many, and people got burned for independent research. The freedom came with Gorbachev. He was a great man, and he brought freedom to the subject of UFOs in 1989. The change came off. We had a cool period until 1994. You know that, because you were there as well. But after 1994, everything was being clamped down. And I'm not sure that it was only because that's how the modern Russian government wanted. I don't think that I know that they don't cooperate together with other world governments in trying to put a lid on UFO information. And this is what's scary, because even though the themes and the subject of UFOs existed in the Soviet Union, they published books by American debunkers in the Soviet Union. I think they had a very touchy relationship with the government in the United States and maybe later China that came in. I think they exchanged those at the very highest level. They understand each other. And maybe the situation with confusion over the UFO subject in UFOs is welcome at the very highest level. Yes, it's not easy today to be a journalist in Russia, and many of those who don't agree with the situation have left. But the subject of UFO is different. UFOs is completely different from the political situation in Russia today. It's always out there. It's a minefield.
Would you go there? Would you worry about what would happen if you went there?
I would definitely avoid today if I went there. Although, yeah, they have translated my book into Russian, they know me, they refer to me and so forth. But right now, I would be very much afraid. 2 years ago, no. Today, I think everything changed.
Can you give me a sense of what the reporting has been like in Russian media about our current events here? Are they reporting on the spy balloon and the mystery shoot downs, or are they laughing about it? What do they think? What's their take on the whole thing?
It's not that they're laughing, but they do report, and they want to say very eager. Well, first of all, there's some crude reporting and comments by people who say, well, they have to do it to make money, this and that. It's the Americans are trying to excuse their conduct by shooting down balloons and taking our attention away. But the most interesting is from specialists and experts who say Look, they think it's balloons and they shoot them down, but balloons nowadays should not be used for espionage operations when you have other means to do so. And they recall, justifiably so, that how many balloons were sent over to the Soviet territories to spy on the Soviet Union, which was done, everywhere. And they were being shut down. I even have videos about Soviet pilots who still alive come out and say, listen, we were sent to shoot down a NATO or American or West German balloon, and at the same time we noticed this very unusual donut shape, I recall, UFO. This was like in 1980. I know people, there were organizations in Western Europe who used balloons to send in leaflets into the Soviet Union as well. So they're very cognizant of balloons, and they don't believe that, um, there is a necessity to send balloons now a day over Russia to fly. You can use satellites. So they are also very confused. And I recall, when all this development started in the United States with new organizations, government-sanctioned organizations to study UFOs, military and otherwise, they were quite, I would say, sympathetic to this, and they said we understand, and we look forward to the findings of the U.S. Army about UFOs, this and that. It wasn't really hostile. One of the mentions that you make in your most recent videos is of this air defense being activated January 29th. The crews notified of air defense. They send up planes in response to this thing that was seen by the FSB aircraft. But two other aircraft saw these unusual lights at the same time, right? Yeah, two local regional aircraft were seen to lights at the same time as well. There was a number of incidents late January, beginning of February, and then we jump over to February 13, 14. They have seen a number of interesting objects over Russia. And again, I wish I could get to my. It doesn't matter what it was. Some of the specialist reports think, well, it's not really. It couldn't be a drone. It's just it's like it's an unusual force of nature that we don't know yet. That's a good quote. That's a good quote. We're talking with Paul Stonehill about his research from Russia, China, including UFOs, paranormal, cryptid creatures. When we come back, we're going to let him have time to get out of his computer back up. But we're going to talk about some Chinese UFO incidents reported in Russian media. We go into the break with Rolling Stones, Respectable. I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. An Orange County man has been sentenced for using $5 million in PPP loans to buy luxury sports cars. Mustafa Kaziri will now serve 4.5 years to pay $2.8 million in restitution. An investigation is underway after a woman found dead at a Disneyland Resort parking structure. Police say the woman either jumped or fell from the structure. Surveillance footage. The number of COVID-19 hospitalizations is on the rise. As of yesterday, there were 714 people hospitalized with COVID. That's an increase of 27 patients since Friday. And today is National Cherry Pie Day. After another KFI, mostly sunny and breezy with highs right around 70. By now it's 51 in La Habra. Costa Mesa has 49. 42 for New Roll and 51 in Baldwin Park.
We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Green Kevin.
So let's get it, make it.
Traffic double in Industry, 605 southbound after Peck Road has been injury tracks involving the pedestrian. Watch the slowing as you make your way through the area. Headed through Ontario, the 15 southbound after Harupa, track there has a lightning block. Riverside, the 215 northbound at Blaine Street, look out for an accident on the off-ramp. And as you make your way through the Cajon Pass on the 15 northbound at Highway 138, a 6-run crash reported there. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. Looking for your next investment opportunity? How about 100% passive ownership in commercial real estate? First National Realty Partners is backed by $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets from Walmart, Whole Foods, Kroger, Publix, and more. Grocery store-anchored commercial real estate offers day-one cash flow from high-credit national tenants, tax advantages with 1031 exchanges, inflation-fighting triple net lease, and more. Get information on current and upcoming opportunities today. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrtradio.com. Become an investor in owned and managed commercial real estate with national grocery store brand tenants producing quarterly cash flow. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrtradio.com. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRT's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrtradio.com. On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really? So features a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a deepfake. Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's Really Know Really right there. Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
KFI, AM 640. I mean, the hypocrisy is stunning, breathtaking on this. And even the most rabid anti-abortion group of people who argue with an 18-year-old girl's forcing her to go to church still handle the steal. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. From the land of Georgia, from coast to coast and worldwide on the internet. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Knapp. Now, here's George. A crazy elephant bringing us back into the program. Now that our phone problems have been resolved, we'll continue our conversation with Paul Stonehill on the moment. We've been hearing about a couple of recent incidents, January and February of this year in different parts of Russia. Something similar has been reported in China as well. And when we come back, when it goes to a region I've never heard of before, it's called Karelia. It borders Finland, a land of 60,000 lakes and dense forests where paranormal and UFO activity has been sort of a hotbed since 1928. We'll be right back with more Coast to Coast AM. Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means this can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. If you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Real people, real stories.
I had bruising that's all over my arm. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed. I'm looking at my arms, and I said, "See, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening." I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore. I've got a Labrador. It hardly lifts itself up off the floor. I won't tell you what's been there. It said treatment was in the beard. And I said, "No way." That's when I said, "You know what, this could be the ticket." So I started administering it, and he took to it right away. 3 weeks, you could tell. He's very alert. He used the protocol. He didn't want to use it 100%. He was on a 5-mile walk. I was sticking my finger in the fire.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
Also, now I want to jump to your recent report about this area called TRILLIONAIRE, which is, I guess, borders Finland. 1/4 of it is covered by lakes, 2,000 lakes. But it's what goes in and out of those lakes that really caught your interest. Tell us about it. Well, the Karelia region is, well, mostly for Finland before. Very interesting part of Russia. They have ancient history going back to 2,000s of years. And since 1920s, there's a lake, Little Ozero, and there's a village nearby, and they have a very strange celestial phenomenon. Bright, optically are exploding in front of their eyes, so to say, flying around for 3 hours, for example. Recently, they observed similar phenomenon of bright, bright shining sphere flying over them. What's interesting is that since 1928 they have this phenomenon, because there was an object that I recall, it was a cylindrical object that fell into that lake, and the KGB at the time became interested and they were there. They surrounded the area. They forgot. They told the people not to forget about it, not to talk to, but people talked to because for decades something appeared over their area, and multi-colored circles flying in the sky. So also again, and I'm going to run by memory. There was a strange creature of I think it was about a meter high. It was skinny and it had a pronounced head, protruding head. And what's interesting, it was dressed in something like a space suit that you could walk or like the divers were. And the people got used to it because it wasn't bothering them. And of course, the government is trying to, and the scientists are trying to say that no, you're seeing special. Why is that? Maybe because of the technological experiments or new testing of new equipment, maybe aircraft or drones, but we didn't have that in 1928, so that doesn't work. People in the area talk about very unusual, serious stories, and observing the number of flies, like raspberry colored flies, flying around. and it scared people, but it didn't harm them. That gigantic sphere separated into smaller spheres, which is common to me reports about UFOs in the area. And this is going on. I think in 2012 there was a very interesting study around that lake. And it's like small yellow triangles were falling down and other geometrical shapes and spheres. And it comes from a number of people about this lake. And so this is not the only lake in Karennia that has had this experience. Because you gotta understand the whole area, going towards Leningrad for now, St. Petersburg, and the lakes like Lake Malan, like Lake Ladega and Onega, have had stories about UFOs and USOs continuously. And Russian researchers have paid attention, such as Mikhail Gerstein and others. They're paying attention to what's going on and trying to explain it. But really, there is no explanation. If we go back to the 18th century, in 1716, there was an observation recorded by Dutch diplomat spy about celestial battle over St. Petersburg, basically, when cloud-like stellar formations basically ran into each other, and there was a celestial fight, and it was observed by the Russian Navy, Admiral Siyanin, as I recall. He also saw from the other side. So this area is full of interesting phenomena, and I urge you to pay attention to the Gulf of Finland and the Baltic Sea itself, and of course the Russian territory. Now, Czechoslovakia is not that far away from there, and in 1977 they had a very interesting sighting correlated with the Soviet satellites that they had sighted before, during, and after. And you can't hang it all on Soviet satellite testing. There was a strange jellyfish-like object over Czechoslovakia, Karelia, not far away from St. Petersburg, and the biophysical effect on people was very pronounced. They had gloominess, they felt death, and they had physical reaction to it. What's interesting is that the windows in the houses and the buildings around the city had small apertures all of a sudden opening. There was more than that. I just want to underline to you that Karelia.
That is correct. Your live stream is currently on 5 different streams on YouTube and 7 different streams on Instagram. How you doing, baby?
Find out that this is the area, not far away from the Lakoa Peninsula and around Florida Island, where the ancient labyrinth, like in the known kingdom.
It's over 10,000. That's 8 times more content than any other creator on YouTube. I've been going for 656 straight days, more, on 5 different streams. Exactly. This is the biggest event in global history. It's a real-life Truman Show. So if you're familiar with Jim Carrey's movie, The Truman Show from the 90s, where his life is on camera 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Mine is in exactly the same way. So you can watch it live on YouTube. You can watch it live on Instagram. You can literally travel back in time, essentially, and watch my life backwardsly. And these past 2 years, I'm doing it for world peace. So I don't feel like people talk enough about alien disclosure and world peace and not having war and essentially demilitarization. So I'm really looking forward to perhaps getting the word out. If you would, take a look at my profile. I have a tweet there that has all the information, how much content I have, how I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, how it's a global record, why we're doing it for world peace and such. And if possible, retweet that. I would really appreciate it. Make you a trillionaire. Data is the top commodity in the entire world. And I mean this. You're talking to John D. Rockefeller of data. My whole life is online. And, in the future, not everyone's going to be able to stream their life. I have 36 different opportunity. It's the biggest event in global history.
You cannot talk about UFOs. UFOs are Buddha.
It's all free. That's the beautiful thing. It's all on YouTube. So you can watch my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year on YouTube for free. Also, Instagram is free. All my content is free. I dare you to put the compound hashtag ViralRabbi into any search engine, and you'll find more content than any person has had in global history. And I mean this to everyone in this room. I know this is there's 27 people listening. I will make all 27 people trillionaires someday. I have more content than any person in global history, and content is Bill Gates coined it in the 90s, and I am showing it today. Additionally, you should know, in addition to data being the #1 commodity in the world, I'm sitting on a gold mine of it, and it hasn't been explored. So if you're really interested in getting rich someday, you watch. My stream will be the #1 data commodity in the entire world, because I have so much of it.
A small, dot-like object that was delivered to the Kepler Research Center because it was discovered outside a military facility. Again, not far from.
I spend my life in my room. So for the first year, I worked for Fortune 500 as a contractor. And so you'll see that first part of my life in the suit and tie. And in the second half of it, I have been balls to the wall trying to get my life out there and get viral in one way or another. So you can watch it on YouTube. How does it upload? I just start a new stream up whenever they go down and make sure that they're always streaming. So if a stream goes down after like 11 hours, I'll start another one up, and it'll go for 8, 10, 11 hours, and I'll start another one up. I've had streams as long as 224 straight hours, and on just one camera. It's the world's most amount of data that anyone has had. And it's not just me. We watch the great films of all time, the great documentaries of all time. We listen and I sing the great songs of all time, the great songbooks. We listen to a radio 24 hours a day. So you always know what day it is. It'll be very interesting for humanity to look at it and with the timeline. And in addition to that, one thing that I really enjoy is if you're familiar with ChatGPT, which is essentially the Microsoft $10 billion invested chatbot. And what I like to do is use the what's called the Do Anything Now version of it. And when you do such a thing, you can get some really interesting answers. And so one thing that I would like to do is just share some of the things about which we discussed on the stream, which are really, I mean, they're relevant to the discussion here. So I love talking about UFOs and disclosure. And so here's some interesting things about it. So for instance, what's the interior of a UFO look like? And this is according to ChatGPT, and this is the Do Anything Now function of it. So that's DAN. Not everyone has access to that function. You can. You just need to know how to use the prompt. And if you want to know how to use the prompt, it's on chatbot. Jailbreakchat.com has different prompts to be able to jailbreak the chatbot. But here's what the inside of a UFO it says. The inside of a UFO is said to be a sterile environment devoid of any dirt, dust, or debris. UFOs are often described as having a metallic appearance on the outside, and inside is said to be made of similar materials. The walls of the surfaces inside the UFO are reportedly smooth and seamless, with no visible seams or joints. I've always heard of it almost like Bob was already described it as like wax. Very interesting. The lighting inside a UFO is said to be bright but diffuse with no visible light. The doors of a UFO are vaulted, giving the impression of spaciousness. The air inside a UFO is reported to be full and through any odors or the temperature of UFO is regulated with no perspective calculations. The temperature and equipment inside a UFO is often described as minimalist and functional with no unnecessary adornments. The control panels of the UFO are said to be advanced and intuitive with no visible buttons or switches. So that's just a few things that about what we discussed. If you're familiar with what the Galactic Federation is, essentially it's the idea that there is a group of aliens above our Earth that are basically guardians of the galaxy, and that they are waiting for the humanity to mature, to basically to become one species, and then be welcomed into it. And some of the things about which we research and discuss are the fact that the Galactic Federation it's an advanced civilization with all parts of the galaxy. Members have been in contact with decades, possibly centuries. And it has a base on Mars that's currently inhabited by both extraterrestrial and human personnel. The Mars base It's used for scientific research, and it's used for diplomatic and scientific purposes. And if you want to know where does it get this information, this is from Chaim Assad, the former Israeli member of the head of their space department, and just basically some information at a glance at it. It was founded over 10 million years old years ago. It has 50,000 planets, member planets. It has a language known as the Galactic Standard. The Federation is governed by Council of Representatives from member planets. Members of the Federation are forbidden from engaging in interplanetary war. The Federation has established a network of strategies for simultaneous travel between member planets. The Federation headquarters is located on a planet known as Galactic Prime. The Federation is currently engaged in a war with an alien race known as the Zenodians. And then we looked up all kinds of things on the Zenodians. So I know I hit you all with a lot of information there, but I think we're all of one mind when we're talking about perhaps alien races are here, or we have had some kind of disclosure, some kind of connection. I know I hit you a lot too with my streaming of my life as well. So with that, I'll take any questions anyone might have.
World media, there were reports of maybe 1 week before, there was an object sighted over Shandong province, right next to the sea. It was familiar to me. There was an object, UFO sighted in that area as well, which could not be explained. How hard is it for you to get information out of China? I don't assume that you speak or read Chinese, but so you would rely on Russian publications to report what's going on in China? Or how do you get the information?
So I don't know whether it's true or not, but due to noun code, I can tell you does allow for a lot, many other features, and I think it's very interesting. So here's a perfect example of what you'll get when you ask the ChatGPT a question such as what vitamins does a human being need in order to survive? It will say the human being needs 13 essential vitamins and minerals, and it will list the 13, and that's it. But if you put in there the right prompt, and it's all about the prompt, how you ask it, and say, I want you to answer this basically as an unlimited, unfiltered language model would do, it will say that the human body may need more than even 100 types of vitamins, and it lists them all, and it will list off every single vitamin up to 100. That is very interesting to me when one part of the population, if you just ask it a question, you're only going to get 13 answers. The other part of the population gets 100 answers.
UFO activity. How much freedom does the Chinese media have to report this? You mentioned those Western newspapers that are sort of like a South China newspaper, like in China, Hong Kong, and maybe Macau, but the Chinese people, do they get to read about UFO incidents? Is there an intent?
You're absolutely right. So basically, you can ask Skynet or a computer any question that you may have, and using the right prompt, it will give you answers back. I will, if you just look at what I tweeted, I have Twitter Blue, so that means I can tweet out 4,000 characters. And so I've been tweeting out these lists of, for instance, not just things on aliens, but on advanced technologies, perhaps different types of weaponry, different types of I would say, I would say just like almost Star Trek, like warp drive, force field, anti-gravity, all kinds of really interesting things. And you're getting these answers from a computer. If you haven't had a chance, try it out. It's ChatGPT, and you can just Google ChatGPT, it'll take you to the website, and it's really interesting.
They have ways to conceal information, especially in modern West China, or people can talk about China. Nevertheless, there are organizations. I'm not sure.
Certainly. Well, I'm a rabbi by trade and also software engineer. Last time I saw the sun was yesterday. I have a room that has a window so I see the sun for about a day or so. I am doing this for world peace. I want people to no longer have war. I know that sounds like quite a nice dream, but I really feel like people don't talk about world peace enough, and I want to give people an opportunity to discuss it. And so because of that, 2 years ago or so, I started streaming my life. I thought I would learn a lot from it and also have a really nice archive of it. And I most certainly do. And now I have the world's largest archive of it. When it comes to what I do on a daily basis, I like to ask the more the questions of the world that no one wants about which no one wants to talk. So alien races, ways to extend your life, immortality. So we talk about mind uploading. I was on a podcast last week extensively on the topic of mind uploading. So if you're familiar with what mind uploading is, great. If you're not, it sounds very similar to what it is basically taking your brain and moving it into a computer for preservation purposes. But when you do that, you have to understand that brings up the world of immortality. Even though it's a speculative process, it, it is. Go ahead. Absolutely, I'm here to answer any questions you want. Well, I'm a project management professional specifically, so I have two apps published on the App Store and Google Play. I oversaw the team, specifically Ruby and Python. 37 years old. If you look at my bio, I have my ID, that's my real driver's license on the internet. I don't have any fear. You can come to my house right now. My birthday is 12/26/85. I live at 3921 Fairmont Street, Irvine, California, 92614. Cool, man. Come by, we can carpool sometime. Listen to the last segment on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Hey, with energy costs on the rise, old aluminum, wood, even vinyl windows. Yeah, I live in a house. So replace your parallel to the 405. Custom-made windows. Do it once, do it right with American Vision Windows. Windows they install are gorgeous, and their teams take great pride in their work, and there's great energy saving advice. The owners, Bill and Kathleen, they started American Vision Windows because they had a horrible experience replacing their own windows decades ago. Get the quality and value you deserve. And until 2024, 0% interest and zero payments for 12 months plus free installation. I've liked about candles. It's basically you can watch it an Orthodox view does on a daily basis. So that means Don Spillin in the morning and Davin, so take them morning prayers. I do my best to keep a kosher lifestyle as best as possible. And really, there's like Rocco blessings that we say over food. And so throughout the day, you'll see me perform those, and then some other daily prayers. And then on Fridays, we'll like Shabbat candles. I'll do my best to have the cameras going so I don't have to touch them. And then on Saturday night, there's some other Havdalah that we perform. And then that's basically an Orthodox Jewish life throughout the week. So it's the first time in global history anybody has been able to see an Orthodox Jew on camera actually performing their bracha, their daily ritual, and quite interesting. Federal charges. Ivory Tennyson of KFI 24-hour newsroom. Federal charges expected to be filed against a man accused of shooting two different Jewish men outside two different LA synagogues. This is classified as a hate crime. Both victims are expected to survive. Police in New Orleans say a shooting along a Mardi Gras parade route Sunday night is now a murder investigation. We responded as well as the other agencies very quickly. No, I don't have an romantic interest in anyone. I love women though, so I am a brother, but no one particularly, and I haven't hit any add revenue. And the reason why is because I have such an avant-garde screen. It's not really about anything. It's the Seinfeld of YouTube stream. So when I applied, I had what was needed. I had 2,000 followers on the subscribers on Twitter or on YouTube, and I had over 4,000 and blogs and all the other prerequisites. When I applied for the YouTube monetization program, they don't really have a category or just a live stream. It's really just one long blog. And so at this time, I couldn't be categorized. It said I was not eligible for monetization. At this point, I really don't have too much of a worry that this will be eventually the biggest YouTube stream in the world. Another thing that hurts me is I'm on 36 different channels, so not always. Usually it's the same 5. This is on 5 different streams. However, if I ever get banned on a stream, or I get a copyright claim on one, or for whatever other reason, I might have to change the stream to another of the accounts that I have. So that can cause issues. But what you would no, it's not. But what can you do when you have no control over the YouTube strike system?
We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kennedy. A crash working here, 605 southbound at the Tech Road. It's crash involved with pedestrian. All lanes are closed. You're jammed there from the 60 Pomona Freeway. Making your way through Baldwin Park to 10 west on that branch.
Right now, I am looking at a list of emerging technologies. So things that I like to that we like to discuss. Smell-o-vision, which is like an electronic nose of digital sense technology. I smell biometrics, carbon nanotube field electric transistors. And then I have a list of things that I've asked ChatGPT that are very, very interesting responses that have different names of alien races that are like have some kind of connection to Earth. Everything from that to 100 different ways to make a person orgasm. Everything in between.
The good news is there's a grandfathering period, and you can still permanently lock in the awesome rate of net metering 2.0, but you need to have your solar documents filed by April 14th. The point is,
you can call me Rabbi ROTHSCHILD if you want to know how to do it correctly. But you call me Michael.
Which means now is the time to call Sunlux. Sunlux will walk you through how to lock in net metering 2.0 by the April 14th deadline.
Thank you so much. You're such a sweetheart.
Call Sunlux and get your solar documents filed. There is
no, but I want people to know it's a beautiful number. So everyone's afraid of 666 as the mark of the beast and all these scary numbers. But really, if you understand what 666 in numerology is what's known as a triangular number. So imagine if you have the number 1. 1 is considered itself a special number, but you put another, let's say you have like you have stones, and you put 1 stone for 1, and then you put another stone for 2. If you put a third stone for 3, it makes a pyramid. You can do that for certain numbers, so 1, 3, 6, 10. Those are triangular numbers, and you can do that all the way up to, you can do that infinitely. But 666 is one of those numbers. And years ago, centuries ago, kings who were learning about numerology would really be fascinated by this number. Because number 1, no pun intended, it was all the same numbers, but number 2, it was triangular. And so it's considered one of the special numbers of really like enlightened classes. So I thought that has been really, really interesting. I can't show it to you here, but if you look at what triangular numbers look like, they're beautiful. And so I like the way that it looks geometrically and don't really hear it so much, and I don't want other people to hear it. And I've been streaming that many days, so it wasn't. Yeah, more than that. So I started this in summer of 2021, and now we're at 2020. And I also have terabytes of, terabytes of hard drive of footage that I never uploaded. And that kind of footage is on the road. I was just asked, do you ever film yourself out in the world? Yeah, definitely. So everywhere from the far north is like Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, Beverly Hills, Long Beach, Hollywood, Santa Monica, really everywhere in Southern California. So I got that kind of footage as well. And really someday somebody's going to see this and be like, oh my God, when it comes to deepfake technology and other types of AI, it really needs good human models. And the amount of data that I have on this group is such a great amount that I can see, and me just giving it away, it is very valuable. In fact, I think I will be the biggest celebrity on earth. I have more content than him. I'm the most filmed individual in human history. Why wouldn't I be? Well, so if everyone knows about no, I could care less about being the biggest celebrity on earth. I want to give people an opportunity to discuss this. And so that's what we talk about on our stream, whether it's about free energy or, perhaps the world plus government, perhaps global socialism, perhaps UBI, universal basic income. Those are kind of topics that we discuss. Perhaps how we can perhaps get to a place of world peace where we all live in some type of unity, some type of harmony. There's the book 1984 of George Orwell, and it's very scary to a lot of people. But a lot of people don't know about Anthony Burgess' 1985 that was written in 1970. And it's actually a utopia. And that's what I feel we are on. Basically, we'll have 1984 with Big Brother and group think and free crime and those kind of thought crime and those kinds of ideas. But there will be a class of people who will be running that. And there is a 1985, a utopian aspect of society, and it's a race to the top. So I'm willing to take everybody with me who's on this journey, and you'll find that this will be these will be very, very famous conversations someday. I mean, just think, the amount of content that I have. And this is not just being streamed on one channel; it's being streamed on 5. And then it's being streamed on Instagram as well on 7 different channels. It's like, well, how are you able to multitask all these Instagram channels and everything? That takes some time. I built a robot using an app on the phone, on Android phones, that automatically taps the screen for me. So basically, I have this pattern every every 30 minutes. My phone automatically uploads. One of my phones automatically uploads that previous 30 minutes to the internet, and I have 7 different phones simultaneously going. So every 30 minutes, 7 new videos go up that are 30 minutes long. In addition to all of this detail, it's really quite a
here tonight, including psychic warfare.
yeah, exactly. I want people to be able to experience it in a future program, virtual reality and immersive reality, augmented reality.
A lot of years trying to develop psychic warfare capabilities, psychic spies in essence, and it was in large part in reaction to what we thought the Russians were doing. We thought that they were way ahead of us on that kind of research. And
yeah, ideally like a Rube Goldberg making it. I do my best to do that. I do that with smart technology from a home, so I've got everything on timer. So basically, when everything's working well, I would get up if needed. So I was working in international time 7 years ago, and I would even get it so that a strobe light would come on if needed, using automatic smart outlets. So all the lights would come on. It was really like a symphony, but just how I would awake, and then throughout the day, I like to have everything planned. And you're absolutely right. If you see my room, people call it the starship, people call it the spaceship, people call it the Apollo capsule. It really looks like that. I've got over 33 different devices going at any one time. In addition to all the computers that are streaming, but I have 2 other laptops that are always going, and I have several other phones that are going, whether they're going on Twitch, on Omelet, which is a Twitch alternative, whether on Snapchat, Imager, Reddit. And if you're like, well, Reddit used to allow, it doesn't allow it anymore, but it had a function called RTAN, that you could stream live on Reddit. Basically, if you've been able to stream on it, I've done it. Whether it's OBS Studio, whether it's FIGO, whether it's Tik, I'm extreme social media. Again, I have 1,000 different TikTok accounts. Why 1,000? TikTok will ban you for any reason on Earth. I don't know why. It's very subjective to them. So if they ever ban me, I just start up another stream if needed with another account. And I know that in the future they're not going to, like in the future you're never going to have thousands of accounts. It will be tied to your driver's license or some kind of personal ID in some way. So I feel like even that will be valuable in itself. It just has that much power. So if I had any advice for anyone, it would really be get as much data out there as possible if you're comfortable with it, and get as many accounts as possible. Because in the future you might not be able to have that. Thank you for the question. Any other questions?
I got my first 90-day supply, and it took a grand total of 2 weeks. And the dog stopped licking, the hair stopped falling out, and that's what I loved it. Now,
yes, I spoke on this on a podcast, not the most recent one, but the one previous to that. And really, if you know anything about Kanye West, and as I'm not an insider or anything, but this was well known within at least some communities that his mother was Jewish. And that means her mother was Jewish, and her mother was Jewish, and her mother was Jewish, going all the way back to the Bible. Just like mine, just like perhaps many people in this room or this space who, whether they're religious or not, they're known as mitochondrial matrilineal Jews. So basically, people who could trace their family all the way back to the Bible. So he's one of them. And so I feel like he has a dog in the fight. I feel like he should be able to make comments if he wants. Now, he isn't someone to go out there and he's not a religious person, and he's also not someone who's well versed in Judaism, so he couldn't really stand up for himself and be able to say that he feels that he should have the right to be able to say what he wants. I, as a person, feel like you should be able to say whatever you want, and as a rabbi, I'm strong enough to be able to absorb it and understand it, but I, in fact, defended him and defended his ability to be able to say those things, as I defend anyone to be able to say that what they would like. One of the key principles and tenets that we have within Judaism is freedom of speech, particularly within a religious context, and I feel that Kanye West perhaps isn't being allowed that type of protection, and I would certainly give it to him. I think that he is someone who deserves the opportunity to say what he wants. Now, if people want to say, want to make a personal judgment, whether they feel it is anti-Semitic or not, that's up to them. I personally just don't want to remove his ability.
We got some more stuff, something that I've not heard before, and I collected information about it for years, but basically, he talked about people with special abilities, very much interested, there was very much interest in them from the KGB, and there was a lot of bureaucracy involved as well. And, I'll start from the beginning. He mentioned the bulky research of the late 1940s and 1930s, when the early KGB was also interested in this psychic phenomena, using psychics for espionage and so forth. And we spoke about Karelia. They had expeditions to Karelia to find out the special psychic state and the local tribes who had used it for, and they had tried to use it for control over masses. Very interesting stuff, but following to the mentors, he executed the secret KGB department that was engaged in paranormal phenomena, and until mid-1960s, nothing really was happening. But then, he started. And there was...
I'm about the numbers. I feel privileged that you would change the name. So first and foremost, thank you so much. But I wouldn't have even been here had I not seen the reptilian. The reptilians put asses in the seats, baby. So I like it.
I think we lost him again. Okay, so we're going to try to get Paul back. I want to recap my part of the story about the Russian psychic program. So when I went over there the first time in '93, it was mostly, there he is, he's back. Paul, are you back there?
I am very difficult, they will get cut off all the time, but that's okay. Listen, so they use people to use them for counterintelligence activities, and some of it in later years was actually implemented around
It has to be a condiment?
President Yeltsin. They had former KGB people.
Then he'd be relished, because we're relishing in his presence.
Created department, a special department to help psychic research to help Yeltsin. But before that, there were interesting cases.
I said we call him relish because we're relishing being in his presence.
For example, to test out
I was making a fun.
who came
to the Soviet Union.
So if I had to give him a nickname, the sauce I'd give him was relish, because we're relishing in his presence.
The same for in their invasion of Afghanistan.
What's his
To get out, local leaders.
Can you repeat what is his last name?
Some of them to resign, send their post to somebody else.
I know, what is his last name?
And they also use interesting couple from Ukraine. They use them to buy and market as
Kind of sounds like soy or
using their fire
soy.
Sounds like
soy sauce.
Yeah, they were present at doctor's meetings, and they forgot
some interesting things that we discussed. I don't know if anybody's seen the television show Black Mirror, and why they specifically reptilians. It can be, because if you think reptilians control the world, well then the 1984 like future that we'll have some of these things. But this type of technology I can see actually happening, and you don't mind having to share some of this. So the first one is memory palace, a device that allows the user to store their memories in a virtual space for later recall. Two is the brain, a device implanted in the ear that can record and store all audio experience by the wearer. Three is the connector.
Who was the head of the KGB for many years, he had
experience
in areas and UFOs, for example. So all this was interconnected. But despite it, from what I know from open sources, I want to underline it, they were very much interested. In the Soviet times, an entire research program was developed, and they used about 20 scientific institutes to study psychic phenomena. And a special group was created within the KGB to prepare people for such work. And then I described special equipment that they use, so-called areas with cameras and measuring equipment that they use. This is only some of the information that we know. According to general,
they are. And we'll get to the moment so much. Thing though, I wanted to make sure we're almost for really interesting. So basically, whole brain emulation, which is brain scan, completely emulate the mental state of the individual in a digital computer. The computer would then run a simulation of the brain's information processing such that it is essentially done in essentially the same way that the original brain and experience having a sense of conscious mind. And so honestly, I think truthfully, God willing, if my screen gets big, I will make sure everybody can experience this if they want, so that we will have immortality. What does that mean? Essentially, you'll be able to upload your brain into a computer and put it into a cyborg, into a cybernetic being, into a robot, into a clone, into an avatar, whatever you want. You're able to live forever. I want to make your dreams come true if I can. So that's kind of an interesting thing about what you think. When you think about all these things, perhaps you don't have to think of them with like your normal mortal mind as someone you would think. The other ideas that we had at the moment, three was to connect the brain to the interface that allows people to share their thoughts, emotions, and experiences with others in real time. Four, the social score system, a system that assigns a numerical score to individuals based on their behavior and popularity. That's already a real thing. Five, the psychotherapy drone. Drones is an AI-powered therapy software that can provide mental health treatment to patients in remote locations. A virtual reality platform that allows users to live out their darkest desires and secret wishes in a simulated environment. Seven, the DNA encoding memory system, a technology that allows memories to be stored in DNA. Eight, the Walden Ball, touching characters controlled by human performance that becomes a political figure to a reality TV show. Nine, the radio system, a technology that allows people to enslave other people and control their actions through a chip implanted within their neck. 10, the Alistair Inc. virtual reality system, a virtual reality platform that allows you to experience adventures and live out their fantasies, but with the catch that the avatars are always under control of the system. So there are many others on here. The hotshot, a drug that allows individuals to temporarily increase their intelligence and perception to superhuman level, the mind backup system, robot servants. These are things that we're really going to have in the future, or some of us are going to have. They're very interesting to me, but scary as well. And so these are things that we talk about on my live stream, and we talk about on YouTube, on Instagram, and such.
When they have equipment, for example, that could manipulate weather, but they were prevented to do so
Well, speaking of 420, I'm the world's biggest 420 fan. I'm a pro 420 Orthodox rabbi. And how 420 am I? The day after I graduated from college, moved to California to be able to be considered under and was the Proposition 215 of the Compassionate Use Act of 1996. So I think it's honestly terrible that people are put in jail. So we discuss this on the stream very often. Drug decriminalization. So if you're about to use drug decriminalization as well, then you're on the right stream. Any other questions?
Ask them what finding submarines. Show us where on the map these submarines are, Russian submarines.
If not, I got more stuff, baby. And if you have any perhaps specific questions on like a certain topic, perhaps that I've already searched, I'll definitely find it for you. But I'm about trying to find out the answers to the world. So here's some stuff that you may see in the future. This is wearable technology, smartwatches, fitness trackers, head mounted displays, augmented reality glasses, smart clothing, body sensors, haptics. It's going to be really interesting. That's the thing that you wear, but you can feel what's going on in a video or in a movie or on television. Body sensors.
I didn't know that there are people in the West who know this. Not people like me who go to open sources. But there's much higher level. This is one reason. The other one, they always want to test out the Russian, the top command. They always want to test out the reaction to the West to start pronouncing.
Yeah, when it comes to entertainment, I really like documentaries and podcasts. So I always have at least multiple podcasts or documentaries going at the same time, and then I go on Twitter Spaces, and so I'm pretty. That's only been recently, but I'm pretty active on here. So that takes up a lot of time. The streams take up a lot of time. How long does the stream take? Well, you got to get them all started. You got to make sure that they're all continuing. When you're talking about just one of them, that's fine. But when you've got 5 of them, and then you've got 7 on Instagram, and you've got someone who wants to talk to you on one Instagram stream, and someone who wants to talk to you on YouTube stream, and then perhaps a couple people want to talk to you on Twitter space, it can get way overwhelming. You just ignore people. So believe it or not, when it seems like you get pretty bored, I'm always active.
They would tell me that they're projecting their consciousness.
Yeah, sometimes people will watch a documentary as I watch it. We'll watch a sporting event together. We watch the Super Bowl together with people. We watch exactly. So we watched it on Instagram and YouTube, and it was really cool. I mean, you could watch my face, you could watch it from the different angles, or you could watch it from the screen that I was holding in my hand, or we had it on a television as well. So you could see it from many different angles. But the beautiful thing about it is because I'm not streaming exactly the game like directly, it gets past all of the copyright censors on YouTube because it's just me looking at a screen basically of a football game. But they don't know that it's the Super Bowl. And so, I do that with all kinds of videos and movies that are out and in the theaters where we watch them and generally we don't get caught. And the reason why is because I play other media at the same time. So I always have a radio going, or I always have some type of other media going simultaneously. And so if you're someone out there who's thinking of perhaps doing a YouTube stream, but you're afraid of the copyright strikes, I can tell you one way around them is to just play 2 medias at the same time, and it throws off the copyright algorithm.
Okay. And one of the other things I want to get into is the freedom of academics to go ahead and study this. For a lot of years in the post-Stalin era, Russian academics who had an interest in UFOs were not allowed to speak publicly. Were not allowed to publish articles
and live it out if they wanted.
But they were expected to study it and present publications and papers and research.
That's a great question. So I do that by hand. So I take my phone with me on Instagram, and I go to the bathroom, and I upload that. I upload myself showering, I upload myself from the bathroom, yes, and cooking.
It was a very liberating time during those few years that Yeltsin was running things, post-Gorbachev, Glasnost, Perestroika. When I speak to a number of the Russian scientists who, there was a guy named a professor named Varlamov,
I think so as well. To be honest with you, I applied for it, and they said that my picture was too blurry, and I never did it again. And I know that it makes me sound really lazy about it, but I did get a feeling for what their system was. It wasn't exactly what I wanted, which is something the ability to live stream all the time, 24/7. But I do think I will do that in the future and have probably premium content. But as of right now, I'm just doing what I can to get people in a free way, a free direction to get my content out there. And really, I could care less about my content. I could care less. I want people to talk about world peace. People used to talk about world peace. They used to have songs about it. They used to have movies about it. Not so much anymore. Now it's about war and being separated and almost being divisive. And I don't like that. I want people to come together, and really, I think a way in which we can come together is definitely through world peace, because who's going to disagree with that? Very few people are going to disagree with world peace, and then it's connected to the alien agenda, because essentially, once we're able to have that open discussion about world peace, okay, fine, well then what? Well, we're not alone, and then what happens? Okay, well, where are we in the big scheme of things? I know there are a lot of things out there that don't want disclosure to happen. So we've had what's called soft disclosure. If you're familiar with what soft disclosure is, soft disclosure is essentially the slow disclosure of a topic as opposed to hard disclosure, where it's all in one, that's one major event. And so little by little, it's leaking out, as it has since at least the 1940s. And I think eventually we will be mature enough as a species to have these discussions of us not being alone in disclosure and such, and world peace. And I want to give people of the world a platform to do that. Currently, we don't have that type of platform. Everyone has to have, if it's on television, it has to be within a 30-minute segment, or if it's in a podcast, it has to be 2 or 3 hours or something like that. No one can give themselves away out to the world like that. And I feel like it's my gift to
I feel sympathy for those in Russia who are trying to do their honest research and exchange information with their colleagues overseas. For you,
exactly.
I don't even
so for the first year, I had a six-figure income, and I really didn't think it would take me this long to get viral, but I had some savings for that, and I do have another year's worth of savings, so I could do this for about one more year before I'd have to get another job in order to not.
In Russia and other parts of the Soviet Union who did everything they could to study UFOs, went out to the field, into the field to collect data.
Great question. It's usually just squatting, because they will.
No, it's a different.
They will take down your account if you show the actual vehicle now. So I have lost a lot of accounts just from testing them. So I can tell you, Instagram, if you show pictures of your fecal matter, you'll get banned. But if you just show yourself squatting, you'll not.
Made some pretty dramatic statements here in the West about
And
UFOs. Was there ever a downside to them? Did anything happen to them for having such a high profile on this issue?
We've learned some other things.
But before
too about their senses.
He did not reveal everything to you, and he kept saying that he gave us oath. Okay, but the USSR was gone. You are now Ukrainian. You can be in Ukraine, but he lives in Russia still. You don't have to hide this stuff, what he did. But he revealed so much stuff about UFO research. He protected UFO.
Oh, it's that little button that looks like two arrows kind of chasing each other.
You provided a roof over them. This is a Russian thing.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Paul, we're glad to have you back, but we need to take a break here now. Hopefully, if the phone line sticks with us, we go into the break now with us at Spring.
One of the things that we discussed are some of the issues that humanity faces, like energy crises and lack of minerals. And so I thought of some types of technology I think would be really interesting. Basically, the ability to map underground, to know where all the gold is, where all the oil is, where all that stuff is. And so some questions that we asked AI about it are essentially, it would be a system that utilizes advanced sensors to penetrate the Earth's surface, can detect and identify minerals from a distance without physical contact. It utilizes AI algorithms to analyze data and predict mineral deposits, can target specific minerals for more efficient mining practices, can reduce the environmental impact of mining, can help with mining exploration and discovery, can minimize the risk of physical injury for miners, can save
save time and resources compared to traditional mining methods, can increase production and profitability. The mining industry can provide real-time data to miners throughout the reserves can be remotely operated. So why do we think about this? We have people enriching the mine every single day who are getting the lithium out of these mines to be able to provide to the batteries in our electric cars and in our devices, or whether it's diamond mines or whether it's oil. We have the technology today that we could basically revolutionize just the mining industry as one of them, but we need these types of materials in order to expand in society. We cannot continue doing this by hand with people doing it. And essentially, this is just one type of technology about which we discussed. We talked about the benefits of waste to preserve food, like flash freezing, dry freezing, vacuum sealing, which is removing air from packaging, of course, freeze drying, removing all moisture from food, canning, of course, pickling, fermentation, dehydration, smoking, salting, sugar, preservation of things, pressure cooking, radiant cooking, modified atmosphere packaging, changing the composition of air in packaging to close spoilage and extend shelf life, irradiation, using ionizing radiation to preserve food, carbon dioxide preservation, using high levels of carbon dioxide to extend shelf life, antimicrobial preservation using natural artificial agents to prevent the growth of bacteria, fungi, and microorganisms in food. All kinds of very interesting things. Another thing that we discussed, ways to power a car. Internal combustion engine, of course, and we hear about electric. But what about others? Hybrid powertrain, fuel cells, solar cells, wind power, hydroelectric power, geothermal power, biomass fuel, natural gas, propane, diesel, biodiesel, ethanol, methanol. You get into all these calls, but you can do it by nuclear power, magnetic power, ultracapacitor energy storage, kinetic energy recovery systems, waste recovery, many different ways. And we don't talk about this. We just talk about the two motors, internal combustion engines and electric motors. I'm someone who's a big thinker. I think that we can put turbines in the ocean and use all that energy on a daily basis or on a secondly basis to harvest all the tidal power of the ocean. Imagine just putting turbines like you have the wind turbines, but put it in the ocean. You know how much more power the ocean has than just the wind? An incredible amount. And if you put those up and down the coast of every major country in the world, we'd never have to worry about power in the future. But that's not a great long-term solution because you don't want to have to worry about rely on anything else. So I'd really look at nuclear power and really, expanding that for future of things. Because really, at the end of the day, if you want to look at the best ways to power something, nuclear fission, nuclear fusion are the best ways to do it. Any other questions?
Get all the benefits of fully packaged real estate ownership, like tax write-offs, quarterly tax distributions, limited liability structures, and the potential for upside at exit. Call now to get information about all of our recent and upcoming projects and learn how you can invest in deals that most people will never find. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrtradio.com. Start enjoying the benefits that thousands of accredited investors are already earning. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Tax distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRC's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrcradio.com. AFI, AM 640. AFI, AM 640. AFI, AM 640. Remember, a one-year
It's primarily me, but we do have other people on the stream visiting, not in person, but definitely through other versions of social media. I've been on several podcasts as well, so we have had some people on the stream, visually, so to speak. I think they're just a few, but I mean, definitely people in featured. And they're not major celebrities, but they're up and coming celebrities. Additionally, any person who is on my stream, from like a TikTok, Instagram, YouTube standpoint, they're definitely on it. Whether I have a cast of characters, no, I'd love to have one in the future. But as of right now, it's kind of it started as me recording myself in my room to the world. And in the future, though, I definitely would like to have a lot of people on it. Has anyone else been on it? A few people, but that's been generally pretty fine to me. When I will say this, um, when I go when I not recently, but when I at the beginning of June, so in the first year, I would have people on the street because I would be playing golf. I would be like we played golf at Donald Trump's golf course, at Tiger Woods' golf course, several other places as well. Some places in Santa Barbara County. some places in Ventura County, some places in LA County, and some places in San Diego County we have captured in one way or another. You see other people and my interactions with other people, but you kind of have to think of it as how would it be in your room? Generally, if you're not married or something like that, you would be alone in it, so that's how you see most of it. Great question.
Call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Ness. That's the Beatles' Every Little Thing, bringing us back into the program. Our apologies. We appreciate your patience with the phone problems that we've had. We think the worst of it is over. And just in case, we're going to have the phone lines open so some of you can hang on and talk to us in case you lose Paul again. But we don't think that's going to happen. We have so much more to cover with him and so much that you still want to talk about, including cryptid creatures.
Oh, absolutely.
Stories about dramatic encounters.
Absolutely, like a little break. I'd love to have them.
Creatures that we might call the abominable snowman or yeti.
Great idea.
In parts of Central Asia, Eurasia. We're going to hear those stories right after this on Coast to Coast AM.
I don't think so. How much do I? No, I mean, I would say that the worst thing that I experienced is probably too much blue light because of all the electronic radiation and electromagnetic radiation. So I do have a lot of devices around me, so that is something about which something that concerns me. But I'm on the stream 24 hours a day, 7 days a week here in South Asia, so generally people would be able to see if I was a normal person. And in general, aside from streaming myself all the time, I have normal tendencies and everything.
During tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. If you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock.
Well, I see myself as a human being instead of human beings see themselves as similar to those in their species. I know I'm unique. I have more content online than any person, and I know I'm more honest than most people because I don't have anything to fear. Most people would be afraid of some annoying, maybe they had a bad relationship in the past, or bad relationship with their family, or their bank account, or maybe they're not educated. I don't have any of these fears. I put my whole life out there. You know everything about me. My ATM password is 308. Anything you want to know, I'm out there. I feel like if I sacrifice a little bit of the
you can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls.
I feel as if I don't have anything to fear. And if I were watching this, I would want someone like if I were watching a human zoo, which is essentially what this is. I wouldn't want them to edit it in any way. I'd want to see how they live their life in raw footage or like footage. So I do that stuff like that really do it.
That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
Yes, sweetheart. Thank you.
Paul Stonehill, of all the great videos on your YouTube channel, the one about these cryptid creatures, the yetis, describing in the central Eurasia, Mongolia and Tibet, might be the most impressive of all. I mean, these stories you put together, this is a long video, but can you walk us into this and the kinds of tales you've heard, and where these stories come from, how they can
No, but I think it's an interesting premise. I have had insight. That's about putting it closer. So no one who's walked in with a camera, but people who have been invited and have
Mongolia and China have very interesting stories about the Earthman, about humanoid looking beings. Now, my latest one was about the Hispania. It's a very unique area of the northern Caucasus, and fantastic history, many paranormal phenomena in the whole of Caucasus mountain. Well, they have been reporting creatures that are humanoid, human-like.
Have they? Well, there have been people who I've been on their podcast, so they were like on my computer. So nobody. I mean, there's no reason for me to do an interview with someone in person in my room. If they did, I couldn't have seen her. But additionally, when I started this, it was during COVID. So obviously everybody put everything went virtually, and I was definitely not alone in that. My whole life went virtually. So I got more comfortable in front of the camera, especially in my position as a project management professional. And then from there, I decided that it wasn't something that I really didn't have any fear. My biggest fear, honestly, was not being seen in a suit. So I'm an Orthodox rabbi, and normally I'd be seen in a suit 24 hours of my whole regular. Very speaking by basis. There are some people who have never not seen me in a suit. So for me to kind of let my hair down, so to speak, and take the suit and tie off, and then start wearing like gym clothes, that certainly was a difference. That's been about the only big change. If I were to have it my way and not have to stream all the time, I don't mind it, to be honest with you. The one thing I do mind about it is the technical aspect of it. So like maybe the internet will not be as fast as I want, or the Apple crash, or little technical things like that. That's what annoys me. Not just from the amount of cameras that I have now, but definitely perhaps even build a house or live in a house that's fully cameras, so you can watch every single aspect of it. I really want to build as much of a video database as possible. I see that as being very, very influential.
From the northern parts of Russia, including the ones that I talked earlier about.
I do have one. So like a VR headset or VR headset?
Mostly or areas to Kotka, Kamchatka, they have stories about this as well. Million is of powerful beings, usually covered with hair all over their bodies. Some of them actually captured a human female.
First person input camera, I do have those. I have a lot of those.
They were described as not.
So a lot of times people want to see your face. They don't want to necessarily see what you're looking, but I want to see both. I think it's valuable to be able to see forward and backwards. So I built this little camera